Hello, good morning, sir. Am I audible to you?
Hello, am I audible?
Hello, Bhavna ma'am. Am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Okay, sir. Morning, sir. आगे ना सर. ठीक. आगे सर.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible. Your voice is reaching very
Yes,
clear.
sir.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
आवाज नहीं आ रही, यहाँ पे आवाज ही नहीं आ रही है.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, am I audible?
Sir, yes. Your voice is very clear. This is Dr. Pankaj Gautam, HOD Life Science.
Okay. Okay.
आपका माइक ऑन होगा सर, उसको प्लीज प्रॉब्लम करिए. माइक आपका ऑन होगा अभी ना.
कर लिया लोगों ने? कितने हो गए? ज्वाइन करके? डॉक्टर शेट्टी ये भी हो सकता नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि 11 से बाद ज्वाइन करेंगे, उनकी मीटिंग है. ठीक, ये आपने किया है इसको? आप नहीं अभी नहीं हो रही। हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल।
Hello, am I audible to all? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Saloni, you are audible.
Okay.
And I have the same for others also.
Okay, sir. We are going to start the webinar today. So, hello and a very good morning to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of the Food Technology and Nutrition Department of Life Sciences, Graphigera deemed to be University Dehradun, who has clubbed all of us for this webinar. Today's topic for webinar is Challenges and Opportunities of Cereals and Pulses Ingredients in Food Product Development. I welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Dr. Sanjay Jasolaji, Graphigera deemed to be University, HOD, Department of Life Sciences, Dr. Pankaj Gautam Sir, Chairman of the webinar, Professor Narpinder Singh Sir, speakers of the event, Professor Bhupinder Singh Khatta, Professor H. Pratap Kumar Shetty, Dr. M.K. Tripathi, and all the participants. I would now hand over to Ms. Bhavna Bisht for addressing the audience and to give an introduction about the webinar.
Thank you, Ms. Saloni. A very good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone. I welcome all the delegates and participants to the webinar. Firstly, I would like to brief you about today's topic for the national webinar, that is challenges and opportunities of cereals and pulses ingredients in food product development. Basically, the interest in cereal and pulses as food ingredients are growing substantially as a result of the nutritional density and environmental sustainability. In the recent years, there has been a significant investment in the value-added ingredient end of cereals and pulses to produce an array of ingredients. Each respective ingredient will differ basically based on its nutritional and functional properties, which are further modified either by the processing methods used and the condition under which it is used. In this webinar, we will look at the challenges, holistic prospects, and formulation techniques for cereals and pulse ingredients in the new product development. I hope all of you will be able to enhance your knowledge about this area through this webinar. Now, I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Dr. Sanjay Jasolaji of Graphigera deemed to be University to kindly address the audience.
Good morning, all. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. So, namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this fantastic webinar, which is going to take place today. And on behalf of Graphigera and on behalf of our President, Professor Kamal Ghanshalaji, I would like to welcome all the participants all the technical speakers, especially Professor Narpinder Singh Sahab, who though is associated with Guru Nanak Dev University, but sir, we feel that you are ours. So, and we would also like to welcome Professor Bhupinder Singh ji from Guru Nanak Dev University, Professor H. Pratap Kumar Shetty ji from Pondicherry University, and Dr. M.K. Tripathi ji from ICR Bhopal. It's indeed a pleasure and welcome to all of you. We are really thankful to Professor Narpinder Singh Sahab for bringing such luminaries of this vertical, and we are really excited to see the outcome of this webinar. Because I'm seeing that there are a lot of participants who are from outside also. So I would like to tell you a bit about Graphic Era. Graphic Era started its journey in 1993 by a young entrepreneur who just completed his bachelor's in engineering, and instead of joining a MNC, thought of working for his people, and he came here, and with a meager 29,000 rupees, he bought a computer and started a training, coaching, I can say, or on different programming languages and the tools which are there related to graphics. So 1993, from part of his drawing room, he started this journey. In 1998, this became a college called Graphic Era Institute of Technology, where we started two different degrees, that is BCA and BMIT. In 2000, we started MCA. 2001, we started engineering college, and you'll be happy to know that the buzzword, or the single word on which we all work, is quality. We are so particular about the quality of the content, quality of the teaching that we give to our student, that we thought of going for MBA in 2006. Only after starting 5 years of college, we thought of going for NBA, and we got NBA accreditation, that is National Board of Accreditation, NBA, for 5 of our programs which were running at that time. And because we were doing so good, we are a center of excellence in engineering education. In 2008, we got the deemed to be university status by MHRD. In 2011, we started yet another university called Graphic Era Hill University. Uh, and I'll share one very interesting event about this creation of this university. Uh, you all know that when a university is established, it takes a lot of time to buy land, to build infrastructure, create labs, and hire faculty members, and convince the people or the students to join the institution. So uh, on 28th of April 2011, the state legislature approved the formation of Graphic Era Hill University, and you will be surprised to know that within 4 months, we started our classes of Graphic Era Hill University in two campuses, one at Dehradun and another at Bhimtal. In Bhimtal, we were not even having a piece of land. We bought land, we built buildings, created labs, and everything. So you can see how we actually work. So we are very swift, we are very quick in taking decisions, and the leadership is visionary. So after 2011, in 2015 we had gone for NAC accreditation, and again in our first cycle itself we got grade A, which was highest at that time with the CGP of 3.23. In 2018, we got permanent status of deemed to be university, that is regular status of deemed to be university. And from 2018 onwards, we started participating in National Institutional Ranking Framework, that is NIRF. And you'll be happy to know that we have been there in top 100 universities for last 3 consecutive years. This year, our ranking is 74, so we are well below 75. In our engineering programs, we are at 64th location in the country, despite having more than 20 plus IITs, more than 30 NITs. So you can understand that we are one of those few institutions in the country which are who is really excelling in education, and we are really focusing a lot on our teaching learning processes. And now we have over a period of time we have understood that the universities, once they establish on their own feet, once they are self-sustainable, they need to focus on research. And currently our focus is on research. And you'll be happy to know Dr. Pankaj Gautam would like to tell you that the department has 5 patents granted. So Indian patent granted, and there are a number of international patents which has been granted. I welcome all the distinguished speakers today, and just wanted to tell you that this is a very good institution, and you would like to get associated with us. I also I'm thankful to Professor Narpinder ji for bringing these people to though virtually right now, but I'm sure that over a period of time we'll request you to visit us in person, see the infrastructure which we have. We are in Dehradun. We are just adjacent to Rajaji National Park, so you will have fantastic ambience here. Regarding the webinar, though I'm not from this field, but the topic seems to be very pertinent, that is challenges and the opportunities of cereals and pulses, ingredients in food product development. We all have been using computers, and we did not realize that internet has become part and parcel of our day-to-day life. And the perhaps the though internet has given so many facilities, perhaps one of the thing uh, which is perhaps its drawback is that now, because everyone is glued to his smartphone or mobile phones or these screens, so people don't find time to go outside, uh, go for walks outside, and they are really they are wasting their time in maybe accessing the information which may not be relevant to them. But so we are more into fast foods. We are only going for taste. Perhaps we are not talking of nutritional values. I know maybe the people like us who are older, they realize the value of this, but perhaps the young generation needs to be taught about it. And this is where I feel that Professor Narpinder has rightly selected the topic for the webinar. I'm sure with the luminaries who are present here, I'm sure the webinar is going to be fantastic, and there will be a lot of learning for the participants in the webinar. So with this, I wish you good luck, best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request the HOD of Department of Life Sciences, Dr. Pankaj Gautam, to kindly address the audience.
Okay, very good afternoon. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A very good afternoon. Very good morning, in fact, to all the distinguished guests, participants, faculty members, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, uh, other members of Graphic Era Hill University, and faculty members from the Bhimtal campus also. So I'm delighted to see the participants registration 420. So this speaks volume about the success of this webinar in itself. Uh, well, as far as the department is concerned, the Department of Life Sciences established in 2016, and since then we have come a long way. So today, department is having a faculty strength of more than 20, with the national and international exposures. We have a student strength of more than 700. We are running 7 undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Out of these, we are running 4 undergraduate programs: BSc Microbiology, BSc Biotechnology, BSc Food Technology, and BSc Nutrition and Dietetics. And now we are also running postgraduate program, MSc Food Technology, MSc Biotechnology, and MSc Microbiology. Apart from these programs, we are also offering PhD in Food Technology, Microbiology, and Biotechnology. So department is active in research, and in last 2 years alone, we have published 15 patents. Out of this, 3 national patents have been granted and 2 international patents have been granted. Department has published a cumulative impact factor of 315 last 2 years. We have obtained a research funding of up to 80 lakh. We have faculty members with international exposures from Utah State University, Pillay Institute of Cancer Research, Ben Gurion University from Israel, and we have several faculty members from the reputed national institutions like IIT Roorkee, IISc Bangalore, DIPAS, DRDO, Banaras Hindu Universities, Delhi Universities, and so on and so forth. I'm very much excited about the participations we have from various universities like Guru Nanak Dev Universities, Bangalore University, Pondicherry Universities, Chaudhry Devilal Universities, College of Horticultural Engineering. As far as the department laboratory infrastructure is concerned, we have established a number of facilities such as plant tissue culture facilities, animal cell culture facilities, microbial culture facilities, common instrumentation facilities for advanced high-end instrumentations. Recently, we have established a biosafety level 2 laboratory for the research of clinical, pathogens. So I'm delighted to inform you that recently one of our patent has been commercialized. It is related to the detection of typhoid, and currently we are upgrading this PCR-based detection to the RT-PCR-based detection method, and the progress has already been made, and we have obtained very satisfactory results. So soon this will be marketed in form of a kit for the general consumptions and for the use of masses. To foster product development and innovation in the campus, we have technology business incubator, and now we have more than 10 companies already incubated in this incubator, and we are fostering students to start their own startups with the various innovative ideas, and students are performing phenomenally in that area. So we are having various clubs, Club Food Technique and the Food Tech department we are running. We have biopreneurs clubs in the biotech department, and at the university level we have so many other clubs which invites students from other disciplines, and they sit together and then they work on a similar problem, employing their varied experiences from various branches, and thus they are developing innovative products and processes. So recently you might have heard about that smallest ECG which our student Mr. Rajat Jain has prepared. It has attracted attention from all over India, and now it has turned into a big venture. So now you can see that you can judge the potential of our students and the potential of faculty members and the facilities we have here in the campus. So we are marching forward to achieve more excellence in the future, and with this vision we are organizing all these webinars, seminars, and conferences on a regular basis, and we are inviting all the distinguished speakers from various parts of the countries and from various these eminent institutions. So amongst us we have Professor Narpinder Singh ji, who is a professor in the Department of Food Technology and Sciences from Guru Nanak Dev University. Sir has a very huge experience, colossal experience in starch and protein chemistry. See, his H index is very high. Dr. M.K. Tripathi, he is from the ICR Central Institute of Agricultural Research. We have Professor Dr. Bhupinder Singh Khatkarji, who's from the Department of Technology, Guru Chambeshwar University of Science and Technology. Uh, Along with these luminaries, we also have one more person who is very eminent professor, Professor H. Pratap Kumar Shetty. He is from the Department of Food Science and Technology, Pondicherry Universities. So I hope this webinar will be a very huge success. It will be a very learning and participative experience. I wish that we all will be participating and we will be involving ourselves to learn more out of these events. Today's topic is very interesting topic, as Honorable Vice Chancellor has already detailed about these challenges and opportunities of cereals and pulses, ingredients in food products and development. So now I would like to request our anchors that they should invite our speakers. Without the further ado, we should start these technical lectures. Thank you very much for attending these webinar. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views about the department. I would now like to formally introduce Professor Narpinder Singh, sir, the chairman and keynote speaker of the event. Professor Narpinder Singh is a professor at Department of Food Science and Technology, Guru Nanak Dev University. His major area of specialization includes starch and protein chemistry, extruded products, modified starches, baked products, cereals and legume quality, milling, product development, selection of raw materials, etc. He has been ranked number one in India in the field of agriculture, fishery, and forestry by Stanford University, publishing house elsewhere, and Scitex Strategies, who have created a ranking of 2% scientists currently working in the world till 2021 based on their research quality and quantitative indicators such as citations, H index, number of research papers. Recently, Research.com ranked him at 18th position in chemistry in India. Professor Narpinder Singh Sir is internationally renowned for his research in food technology, having more than 300 publications to his credit, with a very high H index of 80 at Google Scholar and with more than 22,000 citations. Professor Narpinder Singh Sir is the Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, Cereals and Grain Association, National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences India, Associations of Food Scientists and Technologists India, and Punjab Academy of Sciences. He has been conferred with Professor Krishna Sahai Bilgrami Memorial Medal in 2021 in Agriculture Science by Indian National Science Academy. He has also been conferred with Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award by Indian Council of Agriculture Research and J.C. Bose National Fellowship awarded by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, along with many other prestigious national awards. Only brilliant scientists with exceptional research productivity and the very applicability of their research findings to academia and industry are awarded in such a manner. Professor Narpinder Singh Sir has served Guru Nanak Dev University as Director of Research for 3 years, Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences for 3 years, and Head of the Department for 8 years. He has also served as Coordinator, University Industry Linkage Program for 3 years. He is also elected President of Association of Food Scientists and Technologists India in 2016. Professor Singh has been serving as an expert member in many prestigious research programs Council of Scientific and Industrial Research CSIR, Department of Science and Technology DST, Department of Biotechnology DBT, University Grant Commission UGC, National Assessment and Accreditation Council NAC, Science and Engineering Research Board SO. He is also served as visiting professor in various prestigious universities of the world like US, UK, China, and Japan. We welcome you, sir, and we are honored to have you here as a guest in our webinar. And I request you to kindly proceed further and address the audience. Thank you so much, sir.
हाँ, yes, अभिषेक कर दो. A very good morning to all the participants. Dr. Sanjay Jaiswala ji, Dr. Pankaj Gautam, Dr. Bhupinder Singh Khatkar, Dr. Pratap Shetty, Dr. Tripathi, and the faculty members from different universities and students. It's very great pleasure to share my views related to challenges and opportunities of cereals and pulses in food product development from beautiful campus of graphic era deemed, deemed to be university. At present, we have number of challenges and opportunities. I will be talking about what are the challenges and then I will discuss the opportunities. And students may get some ideas in different areas where they can pursue their research. The biggest challenge in front of us is to have the sustainable food production for ever increasing population that is expected to be 9.1 billion by 2050, and also fulfilling the requirements of the food industry. We need to increase the productivity and we need to produce the raw material that fulfill the requirement of the food industry and fulfilling the consumer expectations. And when we have the climate constraints, so I will try to link all of these, and I will also show some of my piece of work, what we have done related to climate constraints and how it is going to affect the quality of the cereals. Zero hunger was the target which was to be completed by 2030 by the global community. And it was pledged that we will end hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition. But it seems difficult to achieve this target by 2030. If we see the trend, the number of hunger people continue to decrease by 2015. But after that, either there is slow increase or there is no change after that. In 2020, about 98% of the population was of hunger people, and 2019 it constitute 8%, and in 2020 9.3%. In 2020 there were about 3.1 billion people who were not able to get healthy diet against 112 million people in 2019. There is hungry people, or acute hunger exists between 135 million people. And most of the or major factors, they are man-made. The conflicts between different countries, wars, and economic turndown, climate change. Of course, COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically contributed to undernourishment. If we talk about our country, India has the largest population of undernourished people, about 189 million out of 800 people in 2020. I am talking about this data, I am giving you this data or information in order to build these strategies, how to overcome all these nutritional or hunger index issues. Basically, hunger index or hunger is usually measured in terms of global hunger index, And this hunger index or global hunger index is basically calculated on the basis of the proportion of the undernourished population, children under 5 suffering from wasting or acute undernourishment, chronic undernourishment, and child mortality. And if we see our country, GHA is 27.5 in 2020, and we come in the class of seriously hunger country, that is between 20 to 34.9. This is the classification given globally, that if less than 10, then we usually classify the country under low hunger category. And if it is between 35 to 49.9, it is alarming hunger. Even if we see the Bangladesh has the better hunger index, 19.9, 19.1. And China, Brazil, like China is highly populated country, more population than our country, but still it has better hunger index that is less than 5. So this is present state of our country when we talk about hunger index. If we talk about the people, or sorry, children, underweight children, 42% of the total children live in this country who are underweight. It's very important to provide nutritious diet to our children, because if we will not provide the good diet to our children or highly nutritious food to the children, then in the later stage of life they will have the stunted growth, and this malnutrition, when it occurred, leads to stunting, and it cannot be reversed at the later stage of life, even if we start giving healthy food or highly nutritious food. And it also leads to premature failure of the vital organs during the adulthood. So we need to develop the strategies to provide highly nutritious food to our children, so that at the later stage of life there is less the uh, expense on our hospitals or medicines or the treatment of our populations. Besides, they will be able to contribute more, because if we have the healthy youth, they will definitely contribute in building the country or contribute to the society. If we see the trend of population in 2013, we are at number 2, 1252 million people. But by 2050, it is estimated that we will be at number 1 in terms of population and 1755 million people. So we are going to contribute almost the present population of Brazil and Pakistan, about 300, 400 people we are going to add. Now, already we have large number of undernourished people, and if we will contribute this much population in next 28 years, now again the challenge would be that how we are going to meet the requirement of food, nutrients, calories, vitamins, minerals, and our population would have the serious malnutrition issues. If we see in the past, in here you can see wheat. In case of wheat, if I talked about between 12 to 2020, there was about 20% increase in the productivity. This data is calculated a percentage increase between 2012 to 2022. Between these 10 years, there was increase in the productivity of wheat to 20%. But now we need to increase from 22 to 2050, almost around 30 or 35% increase in the productivity would be required to meet the requirement of 1,555 million people in 2050. Then in case of rice, we have increased the productivity between 2012 to 2022 around 30%. But now we require to increase the productivity to around uh, 55%, and to meet our the population of 1755 million. Then in case of pulses, we have increased the productivity in the last 10 years around 58%, but now we have to double, more than double the production of pulses to meet the protein requirements, to meet the requirement of vitamins, minerals. In case of maize, we have increased the productivity again to around 60%, 58%. Now we need to increase to almost 110%. Why there is need to increase the productivity of maize, I will discuss, because now a lot of maize is to be used in the production of bioethanol. So it will be used for non-food uses as per the guidelines of the government. Up to 30% of the ethanol is required to be incorporated in a gasoline. So that's why the productivity would be required to be increased to this extent. Eggs, of course, complete protein. We have done wonderful in the last 10 years, and increase is around 70%. But again, it needs to be increased to 140. Similarly, in milk, 60, and it needs to be increased to around 110%. Now, if we see the egg productivity is required to be increased, milk productivity is required to be increased, when there is increase in population, whether we will be having the enough space for growing fodder, for rearing our animals in the last 10 years, the the rearing of or dairy farms, about 2,000 dairy farms have been, you know, vanished in the last 10 years from Punjab. People don't want to, have the animals because of the high input cost. So we need to have the strategies in order to increase the productivity and to reduce the input cost of the milk, right? Similarly, in eggs, as I earlier mentioned, that if the eggs production is required to be doubled, then of course you would require to increase the maize productivity, because maize is the major ingredient in the poultry feed. This is the trend of 2022. We produce wheat 109 million tons, rice 229 million tons, maize 27, and pulses 32 million tons. But it is required to be increased manifold between 50 to 100%. Now, the global food security, if we talk about, depends upon three cereals: wheat, rice, and maize, which provide at least 40% of the world's calories together. And wheat is the most traded cereal on international market, and its share in the global food trade is still expanding. So developing countries account for nearly 80% of all the wheat imports, with Egypt, Indonesia, Algeria, Brazil, and other Philippines, and the Philippines being the top 5 importers. Now, there is another issue that many countries depend upon the import of wheat from other countries. And I have already mentioned that man-made, conflicts or man-made factors, they are contributing to the food insecurity, like Russia, Ukraine war, jeopardizing the food security. Because more than 26 countries lie for about 50% of their wheat import on both these countries. In 2021, wheat export by Russia Federation and Ukraine account for about 30% of the global market. And now that many farmers were not able to cultivate the crops, and many of them were not able to irrigate, many of them were not able to harvest in time, and many of them were not able to, impart fertilizer to their crops. So in present circumstances, naturally, the conflict is going to contribute the food insecurity. If we see the market share of Russia and Ukraine, the Russia and Ukraine has 50% of the sunflower oil production, right? You see the share is very high, and in our country we were not able to get the sunflower oil from these countries. That's why the last year the cost of oil has increased very high, right? And similarly, the wheat, as I already mentioned, that they have a 30% of the export share. So naturally, there is a great issue of for a challenge how to meet the requirement of wheat. I have already given you some ideas that how the productivity is required to be increased. FAO has estimated that the production would require to increase by 70% uh, by 2050 to feed the world's population. And this much increase seems in very difficult because in the last 10,000 years, we have not been able to achieve this much increase in the productivity. Now, in front of us, next challenge is how to improve the nutrition. Now, we can fortify or completely substitute the wheat because wheat is the staple food, and we can improve the nutrition by fortifying or substituting with the nutrient and ingredients and health enhancing or functional products. Like we need to increase the protein, fiber, lower the glycemic index. Bioactive constituents are required to be included, like phenols, antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, and you require the substitutes, like you can include various pulses like soya, field pea, chickpea, lupin, and cowpea. But the issue is that we can incorporate these substitutes in wheat to improve its protein or other nutrients. But again, we need to increase the productivity of these all pulses or legumes. Then the demand for gluten-free cereals is also increasing, and sorghum, millets, then pseudo cereals, they are good source of lysine and protein. Very good quality protein is there. Amaranth and buckwheat, quinoa, their demand is also increasing. And of course, we require the oil seed, sunflower, linseed, or cereal byproducts like bran, garam, or oregano needs to be explored. How they can be incorporated in various wheat products or indigenous products without adversely affecting their acceptability and the quality. Uh, there is great opportunity in developing the products utilizing non-wheat ingredients, right? Because the appearance, texture, mouthfeel, and shelf life of the products are adversely affected when wheat is substituted with other grains. If you include chickpea or mung bean or pulse proteins, there is dilution of the vital wheat gluten, and we need to improve because texture, appearance, and shelf life get deteriorated or adversely affected when we use non wheat grains. Now there is a opportunity that you need to develop some system. Of course, some people have mentioned that some enzymes, hydrocolloids, emulsifiers, they may be exploited to mimic the gluten properties or to copy the gluten properties and compensate the gluten dilution effect caused by the non-wheat flours. But still, there is a gap. We can still do more research in this area. The elderly people population is expected to be increased from 130 million in 2021 to 326 million by 2050. Then we also need to develop the product for, because at present the US population is almost same, that is 320 or 340 million people. So we will have large number of people by 2050, and there is again another challenge how to meet their requirement. how to modify the texture of the product so that they can easily swallow various food products. The global and regional diabetes prevalence estimated for 2019 and projections for 2030 and 2045 clearly indicate that the population is going to be around 700 million people in 2045 in the world. And if the population is 300 million, which would be 578 million in 2030, how or what are the products you need to develop the product which has low glycemic index, which will you need to develop the additives or sugar replacers. Like at present we have some of the sugar replacers, but the problem is at high level of consumption they lead to vomiting and indigestion problems. So again, there is a opportunity that you can develop the product, you can find the substitutes in order to produce sugar-free products or the product with low glycemic index. India has at present around 74 million people, diabetic patients, and by 30 it would be 92, and by 2045 125 million people. So you can well imagine that 124 million out of 700 million people who will suffer from this disease will be present in our country. So some strategies or needs to be adopted in developing such products. On one hand, I am talking about the production needs to be improved. You need to develop more nutritious crops, but naturally you can produce high quality or nutritious crops if you have healthy soils, right? But it is already mentioned that the degradation of soils is occurring very rapidly in our country. And if we see that Punjab, Haryana or this area, the soils has been seriously degraded, very high severity of degradation in soil. But in many other areas, you can see high severity. And if we have such degradation, continue to have that, then again, we will not be able to produce the highly nutritious, the food or the crops. Water crisis, again, I was talking the productivity of rice is to be increased, pulses is to be increased, but there is already a water table is falling down because of the over pumping of powerful pumps. And I just mentioned here that 3,000 to 5,000 liter of water is used to produce 1 kg of rice. And Punjab exports 7 million tons of basmati every year, 2/3 of the total export. And you just calculate how much resources, water resources we are depleting while producing rice or while exporting rice. So we must calculate if we are using water or how much water is depleted, and the cost of depleting water may be included while calculating the export of rice, so that we can understand that what will be the water situation in next 20-30 years. Another problem with the cultivation, if we continue to increase the productivity of rice, it also contributes to greenhouse gases, and it is already estimated that this rice contribute about 30% of the agriculture methane emission and 11% of the nitrous oxide emission. So rice is contribute more as compared to other agriculture commodities to the methane and nitrous oxide. So methane, how methane is released during rice production? When we do flooding of our fields, and the soil, in soils, the oxygen is not absorbed, and anaerobic fermentation of the organic matter starts because of flooded water, and then the methane is produced. So strategies are required to produce drought resistance varieties or water efficient varieties of rice that require less water in order to increase the production. Now we were talking about malnutrition. We need to have more protein. Everybody requires 1 gram of protein per kg body weight, and already we said our 32% of the children are stunted or are underweight in this country. Now we need to have more protein based product, right? But if we see naturally when we produce animals in for meat and you can say meat products, if we compare beef, pork, they contribute very high towards the greenhouse gas emissions. If we see per gram emission of the GHG of the protein per gram of protein, rice is comparatively low if we compare with the production of beef or pig. But we need to develop the sustainable protein system, and by eliminating or reducing the consumption of animal proteins, and of course the more consumption of animal protein leads to various diseases. So it is already established that if we consume more fruits and vegetable based diet, we have less possibility of or less risk of various or serious diseases. Climate change playing a very important role in cereals and pulses, and naturally we have seen a lot of change in our climatic conditions during the last uh, couple of years, and it is going to affect the productivity and quality or nutrient content of our crops. This is one of the research where it has been mentioned that the productivity of wheat has gone down from 2016 to 2020, and wheat was 50 quintal per hectare was the yield between 2016 to 2020. Last year in 2021, it comes down to 42 quintals per hectare, and in 2022, it is reduced to 43 quintal per hectare in our country. So productivity is decreasing because of the change in the climate. Around 6 million tons of wheat for every 1 degree increase in temperature is expected in various, is expected to decrease. And March was the hottest in India since records began in 122 years ago. And you have seen and you have observed that weather is changing a lot, and it is also going to affect the. This is one piece of work I will explain how we try to see the effect of changing climate. Uh, this is one of the study which we conducted that we saw wheat. The wheat is usually sown in the month of November. So what we did is, in order to expose our wheat to different temperature conditions, we changed the sowing conditions. We grow different varieties, around 12 varieties in the month of November. Then we delay the sowing of the same varieties in to 16 December, right? You see, this is the delayed sowing and this is the timely sown. The timely sown wheat had the flowering in the in the end of January when the temperature was lower, and then the delayed sown wheat flowered in the month of in the end of February when the temperature was more, and you can see the seed maturation in timely sown wheat was quite good, 64 days. Here the seed maturation time was less, 47 days. So at the time of flowering, when you delay the wheat sowing, you are exposed to high temperature. But when you grow early, you have the low temperature. Our objective was to show that how the temperature is going to affect tomorrow if the temperature will change at the time of flowering, how the quality of the wheat will change. This we would like to demonstrate, and we have very beautifully demonstrated that the grain diameter is delayed when the temperature at the time of flowering is higher, and the grain hardness index was more, the grain become more harder, and grain weight also decrease, you can see. But in some varieties, the change was less, and this indicates that some of the varieties were heat resistance. They can tolerate the change in temperature. So these are the strategies to be adopted by plant breeders in developing the varieties who can adjust in the changing climatic conditions. Because diameter is more, because there is less synthesis of starch, and starch protein ratio change, and the grain become you know, small in diameter. Hardness was more when we milled because the endosperm was less, and we have more briny layers, and the grain flour was darker in color. Though the protein was more, but was not fit for some of the products. If you see the grain percentage nitrogen, you see is more here in case of the wheat was exposed to high temperature at the time of flowering, and the grain structure was distorted. And here you get a very good structure of the grain when you timely grow and the temperature is lower at the time of flowering. So this work was published in Food Chemistry in collaboration with Indian Agriculture Research Institute. Now we have the diversity of products to be produced. You have to atta, you require maida, you require suji, cookies, bread, cakes, pizzles, then crackers, biscuits, pasta, macaroni, vermicelli. Large number of products are to be produced. And you know that different products, they require different functionality, different amount of protein content. So they all are going, so naturally you need to have large number of varieties suitable for different products, or you need to develop the methods from by using that methods. If you can produce a different type of flour from a single type of flour that meet the requirement of most of the the products. So either you need to develop more varieties, or you are to develop some physical methods, or you need to use some additives or some chemicals, or improving agent needs to be developed so that a single type of flour can be used for different type of products. So these are various products, and I have already explained that you need to add micronutrients. So nutrition. One more important point is the ancient wheat was very good nutritionally, ancient wheat varieties, but they have the poor technological characteristics at that time. Because about 30 years ago, we don't require to produce large number of products, because only few products were made, and the ancient wheat were technologically have poor characteristics like rheological properties, low bread volume. But we need to develop the modern wheat varieties which have better nutrition and better processing quality. Most of the modern varieties, they don't have good nutritional properties. Then coming to the allergies, people are suffering from celiac disease or wheat allergy, and around 1% of the population worldwide suffer from these allergy and disease. So we required to develop a gluten-free products, and uh, naturally, it is very difficult to produce bread without the gluten proteins. But this is also another challenge. If you, even in the multigrain bread or multigrain chapati, when you incorporate number of non-wheat ingredients in that, the quality of the chapati get deteriorate, appearance, texture, mouth feel, and the shelf life get adversely affected. So this is another challenge, that how or what strategies needs to be used in order to develop the gluten-free products, indigenous as well as other products, to meet the sensory requirement and nutritional requirement of our population. This is one of the beautiful study which was conducted the by a professor, this Christy Abbey from Global Health Environment and Occupation, Health Science, University of Washington. They have mentioned that the coming years, when there is the carbon dioxide level in the sensory will alter the protein, micronutrients, vitamin content of rice. You can see when they alter the carbon dioxide level, there is a change in the protein level. Protein level is reduced, iron level is reduced, zinc level is reduced, B1 vitamin is reduced, B5, B2, and B19. Only few varieties of rice has shown a positive response of this percentage change in the ambient carbon dioxide. Maybe you can see that these varieties are more resistant toward the changing carbon dioxide level. But majority of the varieties of rice has shown negative impact on the nutrients of this changing carbon dioxide. This is all about the reduction in B1, B12, B5 or protein content as a result of the higher carbon dioxide. We also, in order to prove that climate is going to be affect the quality of rice, milling quality or nutritional quality, we carried out another study by changing the transplantation date. Here, you know that transplantation usually occur during June to July, right? So we again transplanted uh, in the in on 5th June, 15th June, 25th of June, and 5th July. When we transplant these four varieties under different conditions, under different timings, right? We we observe that if we transplant paddy on 5th June, the usually the flowering occur on 28th August in this. So you can see in the month of August, the flowering take place. And when you transplant in June or July at 25th June or end of June or in the first week of July, the flowering occur in the month of September. So when the flowering occur in August and September, and if you the minimum and maximum temperature in the month of August, the temperature is more. In the month of September, the temperature is lower. Again, here you can see that the temperature has a quite variation at the time of flowering by changing the transplantation date. And if you see the quality, the productivity is changed higher when you delay, when the temperature is lower at the time of flowering. You can see a lot of difference in productivity. And also the varieties, when we grow at low, when the flowering temperature is low at the time of flowering, it has high amylose, less stickiness, the texture is better, and head rice recovery is also more, and less rice is broken down during milling when the temperature is low at the time of flowering. This also clearly indicate the expected changes because of the climate change. And this work was published in Cereal Chemistry Journal on by changing how the transplantation affect the quality of your rice. If we come to maize, the maize, at present we have very less productivity of maize, only 2% of the world production. But the demand for this maize is going to be increased. If we see how it is its distribution, globally 61% goes to feed, 17% staple, and 22% industrial use. when we talk about industrial use, it means the use for the ethanol is going to be increase in next maybe 20, 30 years, because there is a lot of pressure in our country or on all countries by the global society that the ethanol should be mixed with the gasoline to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. Now, in our country, we are using 51% for poultry, 12% for cattle feed. So almost you can say about 63% is used for the animal and cattle feed. And I have already in the beginning said that we need to increase more productivity of milk and eggs or poultry meat. It means more maize would be required. On one hand, the consumption of alcohol, that is beer, has also gone high, and this maize is used as adjunct in the production of beer. It means the we would require, we cannot change this seed is to be used. Alcohol will increase, sugar, the glucose starch is converted into dextrins, modified starch is glucose. So naturally, glucose would be required and food. But here in our country now, we are going to establish large number of ethanol production plants, and we would require to either we have to cut down the contribution to feed or cattle, or we have to increase the productivity. And I have already explained you that because of population is increasing, urbanization is increasing, so land of for cultivation would be required, or we need to improve it. But at present, there is a great challenge in our country for maize production is that we are not permitted to grow GM maize like in USA. GM maize is permitted in Brazil, and naturally, if we are to produce ethanol, some area may be, used for the production of bioethanol, or GM crop may be grown in that area. If we talk about pulses, we are producing 25% of the total pulse production, but still we have to import from Australia or Canada every year to meet our requirement. And if we see, the production has gone, but still there is scarcity, very expensive. And if we are to reduce the consumption of animal protein, the productivity and processing of this pulses would be required to increase. The chickpea gram production has gone very high, but we need to have increase the productivity of other crops, other cereals. Now, these pulse proteins, at present, we consider them as more sustainable. I have already shown you that the production of beef, meat, contributing to greenhouse gases contribution is more or very high in comparison to pulse protein. So we have great opportunities for uh, keeping in view the health benefits, vegan attributes, and high lysine. We need to have the strategies, or we could require less fertilizer because they have the nitrogen fixing ability, and more agriculture sustainability and healthier substitute for animal protein. And we need to see that this is one of my book which was published by Royal Society of Chemistry, Pulse Chemistry and Technology, and published with the Dr. Brijesh Tiwari. Pulses, they have high omega-3 fatty acid and lecithin that may help in controlling the blood pressure. So these pulse proteins are free, gluten free, low cost, increasing because the increasing vegan population, we would require to increase the strategies or increase the productivity. One of the issue is that lower digestibility. Now we need to develop some strategies in improving its digestibility, because if we see the digestibility of the animal protein is more, we can improve by hydrolyzing the proteins into amino acids and peptides. but the absorption, utilization of the hydrolyzed protein in the presence of anti-nutrition factor is reduced, and the mechanism is not revealed. It is not known whether what will happen when you will consume the peptides, amino acid in the presence of anti-nutrition factors. The mechanism needs to be revealed. The amount of various factors to reduce and eliminate and altering the biosynthetic pathway and adopting the appropriate processing method needs to develop. So we need to adopt some biosynthesis pathways to reduce the tannin contents or other anti-nutrition factors in our, the pulses that will also help. Role of bioactive compounds present in pulses in promoting the health is still not elucidated. So pulse proteins, if appropriately modified, of their functional properties are modified, then we can develop a number of high protein products. Limited knowledge related to processing of based pulse protein based product is available, and their consumer acceptability. Nevertheless, demand for new high protein product is increasing. Understanding on how the pulse protein can partially or wholly substitute the animal protein in food products that can supply the nutrition to optimal level without unpleasant beany flavor is also a challenge. Digestibility of the proteins after hydrolyzing into peptides and amino acids, and their understanding needs to be enhanced. And then pulse protein isolate uses are being promoted because of their sustainability and health benefits. However, digestion behavior of protein isolates and concentrates in GI tract and composition of released free amino acid is not well known. So intermediate products of digestion, their composition characteristics and function in GI tract are also unexplored. Germination process was reported to increase a number of phenolic compounds. Their interaction with proteins and effect on protein digestibility is also not well understood. The pulse protein have the drawback of lower digestibility that can be overcome by protein hydrolysis. Undesirable beany flavor of pulses is a limiting factor and create a challenge in using these as a source of protein. Egg consumption is forecasted in some countries to decrease in future because of the cost, specific dietary choices, allergies, environment concern. Phenotypes of faba bean lentin free from tannins has been produced by altering the biosynthesis pathway. So we need to adopt these strategies. The germination and fermentation of pulses reduce the content of anti-nutrition factor leading to improved protein digestibility. You can also use myeloid conjugates to improve the functionality of the proteins. This is also being adopted in improving the functionality, because if you want to use the plant proteins, you need to modify their functionality or emulsification, and this is one of the strategy people are using by forming the myeloid conjugates. Reduce the beany flavor, you need to have the appropriate microbial consortia. This also needs to be developed. Aquafaba, a aqueous liquid from the cooked pulse, is used in the development of vegan products, right? So you can also, I have already myeloid strategies, myeloid conjugates. I have explained. Basically, myeloid conjugates is a non-browning reaction that can be effectively used to modify the functionality of the. So these are some of the strategies I have already explained, that how the protein conjugates are made by using pectin and proteins, or gum-rabic and pea proteins are used. So various strategies are being used to modify the functionality of proteins. So beanie order I have already explained is due to the combination of beanie and non-beanie chemicals, and they need to be reduced by using the microbial consortia. Some of these bacteria, they have been used, lactobacillus have been used in order to reduce the content of these off flavors. So the strategies or the methods may be developed. Aquafaba, I have already explained, you used in the gluten-free muffins, which is extracted from the cooked pulses. People are using for replacing the egg in angel cakes and muffins. So it has also been used, Aquafaba. Then texturized vegetable protein is increasing. We need to have the substitute of animal proteins. So pulse proteins would be in great demand, and we need to develop various products. Another, the biggest challenge is for food safety and standard authorities, how we are going to provide safe and wholesome food to the population of 1.4 billion people. And it will be the duty of the food scientists and food technologists. They will be controlling the adulteration and ensuring the safe and food, wholesome food to the 1.4 billion population. You just imagine how much structure, how much infrastructure would be required, and how many manpower would be required to ensure these objectives. So in the end, I would say the food security is insecure and worsening day by day, and we need to take the steps. We need to seriously think about the water crisis and how water can be saved, how the climate we can reduce or contribute to minimum contribution to greenhouse gases, so that our climate, more plantation of trees and reducing the post-harvest losses. Or there is also needs to be discussed in depth that whether we can use GM crops and what is the safety of the consumption. Still, we need to understand there is also need to increase the food processing units, and capacity of existing units may be enhanced. Then we need to develop the warehouse and cold storage facilities in order to reduce the loss of our food. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful to you for sharing such valuable knowledge with us. We will now proceed with further program. I would like to welcome our first speaker of the today's session, that is Professor Bhupinder Singh Khatta. He is ranked in the most coveted list of 2% world scientists published by Stanford University, USA. He received his PhD in food science and technology from the University of Reading, England, with financial support of Commonwealth Scholarship, and master's degree in food technology from CFTRI Mysore. Presently, he is serving as professor in the Department of Food Technology at Guru Jambheshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, Haryana. He served the department as head for 15 years and the University of Dean of Environmental and Biosciences and Technology, Dean of Students' Welfare, Librarian, and Joint Chief Warden. He had pleasure of working with Nestle Private Limited, Moga, Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana, and Indian Organic Chemicals Private Limited, Mumbai. He was also the national president of the Association of Food Scientists and Technologies of India. He is honored with Commonwealth Scholarship Award, Lalji Godu Smarak Nidhi Award, Professor Karl Hosne Award, Best Paper Awards by AAC, USA, ICFP, Malaysia, and AFSTI. He was, in recognition of his research contribution, he was given appreciation certificate by Guru Jambheshwar University of Science and Technology. He was also nominated by the Research Board of Advisors of American Biographic Institute, ABI, USA, and was also nominated for the title Men of Year 2003 by ABI. He was also associated with two entrepreneurship development programs organized by North India Technical Consultancy Organization Limited and Regional Center for Entrepreneurship Development. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and I kindly request you to proceed further. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Vice Chancellor Dr. Sanjay of Graphic Era University, eminent scientist and keynote speaker Professor Narpinder Singh, who delivered excellent and very informative lecture on the theme of this webinar.
Other invited speakers, Professor Pratap Shetty, Professor Tripathi, and all the participants of this webinar organized by Department of Life Sciences. I'm grateful to Dr. Pankaj Gupta and his team for giving me wonderful opportunity to share my views and research findings on very important topic of wheat gluten proteins. As we understand, wheat is the most important food grain. It is unique and valuable grain as it is globally cultivated, consumed, and traded agri-commodity. Wheat alone provides about 40 to 50% of total calories and protein need of our daily diet. We consume 80 to 100 kg of wheat in a year in the form of hundreds of delicious food products. It means that wheat is both affordable and enjoyable. Therefore, there is a need to understand what makes wheat a valuable and unique grain. In my opinion, uniqueness of wheat is attributed mainly to its gluten proteins. So today I will discuss about the structure and functionality of wheat gluten proteins. Now first, we need to look at the production and consumption trend of wheat in relation to other crops. We have about 3 lakh of plant species available to us, and we are cultivating only about 100 plant species for our food production. Out of these, only these 3 grains, that is wheat, maize, and rice, they accounts for nearly 60% of the total food production. And wheat alone is responsible for, say, 1/5 of the total food production of all the agricultural commodities. Therefore, it very clearly signifies the importance of wheat in production and, of course, the consumption of wheat worldwide in various types of very delicious, very enjoyable food products. When we come to production share of wheat by region, Asia contributes about 44%, Europe about 34%, and rest is contributed by other regions. You see, Asia is the major contributor of production of wheat. In Asia, we have China and India, and China is the #1 producing country of wheat in the world, and India is #2 in the total production of wheat. And this scenario is same for last 10 to 15 years. But whatever wheat is produced by China and India, most of it is consumed domestically. So when we come to the exporting countries of wheat, that is Canada, Australia, America, Russia, Ukraine, these types of countries are there, where they have surplus wheat for export or trade purpose internationally. This is the per capita wheat consumption. And you can see here, in different regions, wheat is consumed to the extent of about 60-70 kg per annum, whether it is Africa, America, Asia. But in Europe as a whole, consumption of wheat is higher on an average, that is about 110 kg per annum. So wheat is consumed widely in a very bulk amount. It's a premium grain of wider consumption. When we come to the country-wise consumption, you can see here from this graphic, India is the dominant consumer of wheat, although wheat is consumed world over, widely consumed in different products. When we look at the world wheat crop calendar, wheat is either planted or harvested throughout the year, except the month of Feb. That means wheat is available across the year. It is cultivated widely. It is available throughout the year. In India, Central India or North India, these states are the major wheat growing areas. And UP, Punjab, Haryana, MP, Rajasthan, and Bihar accounts for about 99% production of wheat in India. And Dr. Narpinder Singh has discussed very valid point about the productivity of various grains, various agricultural commodities. Unfortunately, India is on the lowest of the productivity norms of most of the agricultural commodities. And same is the case with the wheat. Productivity of wheat in India, average productivity is less than, say, 3 tons per hectare or 30 quintal per hectare, except 2 states, that is Punjab and Haryana, where we have average productivity more than 40 quintals per hectare. So, and the productivity of other countries, say like China and European countries, American countries, is very high. In China, productivity of wheat is, say, 5 to 6 tons per hectare. In Europe, it is as high as 7 to 8 tons per hectare. So actually, government of India and the farmers of India need to take this challenge and increase the productivity of wheat. And if we match with the productivity norms of China, we can easily become largest producer and processor of wheat in the world. Now let us come to the protein content. Professor Narpinder also mentioned about the effect of temperature on yield and protein content of the wheat grain. It's a very nicely drawn research here on various varieties. As you can see, as the temperature profile increases across India, the protein content also increases in the grain. So in northern India, where the temperature is lesser, growing season is more, protein content is less, yield is more. Whereas in southern part of India, growing season is shorter, protein content is less and yield of grain is less. But on an average, Indian wheat has protein content in the range of 10 to 12%. There is a very strong relationship between protein content and end product of wheat grains. It's very clear here that the soft wheat varieties with lesser protein content are recommended for product like biscuits, cookies, crackers, whereas hard wheat varieties with higher protein content performs well in pasta product and bread type of wheat product. This is another example of quantity of protein in relation to bread and biscuit. As you can see here, as the quantity of gluten protein increases in a wheat variety, the low volume of bread increases, the quality of bread increases, because higher gluten protein content is able to retain gases and increase the volume of dough and bread. On the other hand, if gluten protein quantity is higher in wheat, that is not considered suitable for biscuit type of product. Because in biscuit, we need spreading of the dough, horizontal spreading of the dough. And spreading is less, therefore quality of biscuit in wheat containing higher protein content, gluten protein content, is found not suitable. Therefore, lesser gluten protein content is preferred for biscuit production. This is also relevance of protein quality of wheat varieties to quality of bread or low volume of bread. There is a differential response of wheat varieties, as you can see here, as the protein content increases to the low volume of bread. At the same protein content, say about 14%, one variety gives you about 700 cc of log volume, other gives you about 1200 cc of log volume. So you can see the quality of protein in wheat variety is very, very important as far as quality of product is concerned. This is another example where two varieties having the same protein, gluten protein content produces entirely different quality of bread. One excellent bread, other very poor bread. Now, it is important to assess the quality of gluten, wet gluten. And there is a very simple test for this. Wet gluten is extracted by hand or by instrumental method by gluten washer. It is developed into a wet ball of gluten, and wet ball of gluten is directly baked into oven at about 200 degrees centigrade for about 10 minutes. And the gluten of the good quality bread aggregate and swell very nicely, as you can see in these photographs. On the other hand, the poor quality gluten failed to expand. So this method is very simple, economical, and very rapid. And smaller bakeries or even any bakery can make use of this type of gluten quality testing. We have established a correlation between baked volume of gluten of about 60-70 wheat varieties with the bread quality of wheat flour. And as you can see here, the correlation is very high. Correlation is as high as 77%. So this is a very reliable method to assess the quality of wheat gluten. Wheat gluten can easily be separated by hand washing or by gluten washer. So gluten is a rubbery mass. Wet gluten is a rubbery mass obtained when dough is washed with water to remove water-soluble constituents. It's a mixture of hundreds of proteins. And wheat gluten has unique physical properties. And because of these unique physical properties, wheat can be transformed into delicious wheat products with excellent eating and bite characteristics. These unique physical properties are viscoelasticity, film forming ability, high water absorption capacity, and thermosetting properties. As you can see, these are required for different properties of wheat gluten, and that transform the wheat into excellent quality of end product. As far as nutritional quality of wheat gluten is concerned, it is sugar-free, cholesterol-free, and low sodium product, and it has very high protein content. As Professor Narpinder mentioned about the gluten intolerance or celiac disease, he also gave statistics that about 1% of world population suffer from celiac disease or celiac problem. In fact, the celiac or gluten intolerance is linked to omega gliadin of wheat gluten proteins. And this problem causes inflammation of small intestine and therefore swelling of intestine and other complications. And also it prevents the absorption of essential nutrients and other complications occurs. So this is a challenge, as Professor Bhupinder mentioned here, to take care of this kind of intolerance. Although population affected by this is very low, but this has to be taken care. So this is a very active area of research. Italian scientists have claimed that they have tempered the grains, wheat grains, to microwave energy. That has reduced significantly the immunogenicity of wheat gluten proteins without compromising the technological properties of the wheat flour. But this is a preliminary research and need to be extended further. Now coming to the gluten protein composition. Well, wheat protein has two types of, or two groups of proteins, major groups of proteins. One is gluten-forming proteins. Other one is gluten non-forming proteins, which do not take part in the gluten formation during processing of the wheat flour. The gluten non-forming proteins are albumins and globulins, which are soluble in water and salt respectively. And they account for only 20% of the total wheat proteins. And they do not change due to agronomic practices or due to any other conditions. So the gluten proteins are the major group of proteins, and they account for about 80% of the total flour proteins. Well, they are two types, gliadins and glutenins. Gliadin and glutenins have entirely different physical and biochemical properties. As you can see here, gliadin is very viscous, and if you have sufficient mass of gliadin, you can extend it from one corner of a room to the another corner. On the other hand, gluten is very, very strong and elastic, and gluten has viscoelastic properties intermediate of gliadin and glutenin. Well, glutenin has intra and interchain disulfide linkages, and therefore they are polymers, and they are held responsible for the elastic and strength characteristics of the wheat flour and gluten. On the other hand, gliadins are having intra-chain disulfide linkages only, and therefore they are monomers, and they impart extensibility and viscosity to the dough and gluten. Well, these proteins are further subdivided into subcategories. Glutenins are divided into LMWGS and HMWGS, that is low molecular weight glutenin subunits and high molecular weight glutenin subunits. Similarly, gliadins are divided into alpha, beta, gamma, omega gliadins. And Professor Peter Shuri and his colleagues, they have come out with another classification as sulfur-poor prolamins, sulfur-rich prolamins, and high molecular weight prolamins. They are all called prolamins because they are rich in two amino acids, that is proline and glutamine amino acids. So as you can see that HMWGS, that is high molecular weight prolamins, are quantitatively minor component, but they are very significant as far as processability or technological significance of wheat varieties are concerned. This is the proportion of two amino acids, glutamine and proline, of the wheat prolamins or wheat gluten proteins. As you can see here, their proportion ranges from 42% to about 83%, very high proportion of these two amino acids. And glutamine is also in a very high amount present in our human body. So wheat is a good contributor of glutamine amino acids. Omega gliadin is the least, it has the highest proportion of these two amino acids, whereas HMWGS, that is high molecular weight glutamine subunits, has the least proportion of these two subunits, these two amino acids. But it is even very high, that is about 40 to 55%. Glutamine is basically contributing to the hydrogen bond in the gluten proteins. And one molecule of glutamine contribute to about 2 hydrogen bonds, and therefore hydrogen bond density is because of the glutamine. Prolamine amino acid contribute to the hydrophobic interaction, and we have disulfide bonds also because of the sulfur containing amino acids in the gluten proteins or gluten network. Well, Professor Peter Payne and his team from England did wonderful work on the HMWGS of the wheat proteins. And they came out with the conclusion that the wheat varieties have about 20 high molecular weight gluten subunits, but a single wheat variety has 3 to 5 HMWGS. Glue-1 quality scores are assigned to HMWGS. These scores basically are assigned based on the SDS sedimentation volume of the wheat flour, which is indirect measure of bread making quality of the wheats. And Glue-1 score are ranked from 1 to 4, indicating poor and good bread making quality wheat respectively. And Professor Peter Payne came out with a Glue-1 score, and he observed that 5 plus 10 subunit had the highest Glue-1 score, and the wheat varieties containing Glue-1 5 plus 10 subunits had the highest strength characteristics. Similarly, the varieties containing HMWGS of 26 plus 8, 7, 4 12 had the lowest Glue-1 score, and they produced weaker dough and weaker gluten. Here you can see the relevance of HMWGS composition with the dough strength and product quality. Variety hard wheat varieties with HMWGS composition of 1, 5 plus 10, and 7 plus 8 give rise to stronger dough that retain the gas well, and it produces very good quality bread. On the other hand, soft grains with HMWGS composition of null expression 2 plus 12 and 20 subunits give rise to weaker dough, and that is found good for biscuit quality. This is the structure of wheat gluten proteins, and scientists have found out the total amino acid sequencing of the wheat gluten proteins, and they concluded that wheat gluten proteins have 3 distinct structural domains, that is N-terminal domain, central repetitive domain, and C-terminal domain. What is important is number and position of SS groups for polymerizing behavior and size of the gluten proteins. As it is clear here that the glutenin X and Y type has odd number of SS group in single structural domain, that is N-terminal, central, basically lead to a condition that at least one SS group is free to interact with another chain of the protein, and therefore they are polymeric proteins. On the other hand, in case of gliadins here, the SS groups are found present in only C-terminal domain, and they are even in number. These even number of SS groups interact with each other. Not a single SS group is left free to interact with another chain of protein, and therefore they are monomeric protein. This is excellent finding as far as structure of wheat gluten protein is concerned. Well, two models have been proposed to explain the elastic nature of high molecular weight gluten in subunits. As you can see here, the HMWGS interact with another molecule of HMWGS by disulfide bonds through head to tail fashion, and it forms the linear glutenin polymer or macromolecule. When such macromolecule is put to stress condition, they extend. And when the stress condition is withdrawn, they assume their original dimension, thereby explaining the elastic characteristics of the gluten as by this linear glutenin model. Another hypothesis given is spiral structural model of the HMWGS for explaining the elastic characteristics of the wheat gluten or dough. You can see here, this is the HMWGS of a wheat variety. It has N-terminal, C-terminal, and central repetitive domain. The certain amino acid motif repeat in this central repetitive domain in a fashion that give rise to beta spiral structure to the central repetitive domain. And scientists say that beta spiral or spiral structure is intrinsically elastic. Experimental evidence of this spiral structure is given by STM image of the central repeated domain of a HMWGS. So this discovery was very well taken up, and this was reported by Dr. Peter Shuri and his colleagues. Dr. Wrigley published this finding in Nature, where he explained the model of wheat dough, in which high molecular weight gluten subunits provide a disulfide bonded backbone, as you can see here, that interact with LMWGS and gliadins, as it is very clear. Sorry. The linear glutenin is held responsible for the strength and elastic characteristics of the dough, whereas gliadin imparts viscous flow to the dough analogous to the ball bearing. Our research team used dynamic rheometer to find out or to investigate the viscoelastic characteristics of gluten and its subfraction, that is glutenin and gliadin. The dynamic rheometer gives elasticity and viscosity separately. And here the elastic characteristics is represented by G prime by pink color and viscous characteristics is represented by G double prime by blue color. In case of glutenin, the pink color or the gluten or the elastic characteristic is significantly higher than the viscous characteristics, which is a characteristics of a highly cross-linked polymer. On the other hand, in case of gliadin, the viscous characteristics dominate over the elastic characteristics, which is a characteristics of highly viscous system. And gluten has viscoelasticity intermediate of glutenin and gliadin. And therefore, we could demonstrate that glutenin is an elastic polymer, gliadin is a viscous material, and gluten has intermediate physical properties of these two fractions. Now, the aim was to understand out of this gliadin and glutenin fraction, which one of these is responsible for the intervarietal differences in viscoelastic characteristics of glutens of different wheat varieties. For this, we extracted these two fractions from good and poor bread quality wheat. As it is evident here, the elastic characteristics of glutenin fraction of two wheat varieties is significantly different, whereas there is no difference in elastic characteristics of the gliadin fraction of these two varieties. So therefore, this experiment helped us to establish that intervarietal differences in viscoelasticity of gluten of different varieties is due to differences in their glutenin fractions, and gliadin is not held responsible for this difference. Then we came to assess the relationship of HMWGS, that is high molecular weight gluten subunits, on the elastic characteristics of gluten of different varieties. And we observed that varieties containing null expression and 2+2 subunits had the least modulus of elastic characteristics, whereas varieties containing subunit.
Hello, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So actually, we have next speaker also. So we request you to kindly wind up within few minutes because it's up to we are running out of time for the next session.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Okay. So you can see that there is a correlation between these subunits HMWGS and elastic characteristics. Let me wind up. So we also conducted, SEM microscopic studies of gluten of good and poor bread quality wheats. And as can be seen here, the good quality gluten showing foam-like matrix and poor quality gluten showing open, very extensively open matrix of the proteins. And you see the foam-like matrix held or retain gases very nicely, and therefore increase the volume of bread, and therefore we get the excellent quality of bread from such gluten. This also shows that as we dilute gluten with gliadin, the foam-like matrix is disturbed and it becomes open structure. DSC thermograms of wheat proteins reflect that higher enthalpy is required for glutenin proteins, whereas very low enthalpy is required for the other proteins, gliadin and globulin and albumin. Therefore, suggesting that glutenin is a heat-resistant protein, whereas other proteins of gluten or non-gluten forming proteins are heat-sensitive proteins. This is also same conclusion. As you dilute the gluten with gliadin, the glass transition temperature decreases, and therefore temperature sensitivity of gluten increases. We use micromixograph to assess the quality of gluten of different wheat varieties, and you can see that this instrument is quite capable of differentiating between the quality or strength characteristics of gluten extracted from different wheat varieties. And we came to conclusion by using this micromixograph that wheat dough strength mainly depend upon the gluten quality. This experiment is excellent, and this was the first time we demonstrated very nicely that gluten is held responsible for the strength characteristics of wheat dough or wheat varieties. Among the glutenin, LMWGS and HMWGS, which one contribute more to the dough strength? For this, we added LMWGS and HMWGS, and the scientists found that it is the HMWGS that is mainly responsible for the dough strength characteristics of the wheat varieties. Scientists could explore the genetic engineering to increase the concentration of HMWGS in wheat varieties, and you can see as the concentration increases, the strength characteristics can be modified of the wheat varieties, and this strategy works well for developing wheat varieties suitable for different wheat-based product. This experiment shows that gliadin decreases the dough strength, and mixograph study and extensograph studies clearly demonstrate this. Well, we used ion exchange chromatography to fractionate different fractions of wheat gliadin, alpha, beta, gamma, omega gliadin. And we came to establish that, of course, all gliadin decrease the dough strength, it causes weakening of the dough. But we came to conclude that weakening of dough is linked to the size or molecular weight of gliadins. Alpha gliadin increases the weakening maximum. Omega gliadin is it relates to the least weakening of the dough characteristics or dough strength. We use size exclusion chromatography of wheat gluten proteins of 4 varieties: hard wheat and soft wheat, and we concluded that hard wheats have higher proportion of glutenin than the gliadin, whereas soft wheats have equal proportion of gliadin and glutenins. And we establish a correlation between these peak 1 mainly glutenin and peak 2 mainly gliadin proteins with respect to end product quality of the wheat. And we found that this glutenin is correlated well with bread and noodle quality. Glutenin or gliadin is responsible for basically good quality chapati and cookies quality. So it can be concluded that gluten is a water-insoluble complex mixture of gliadin and glutenin proteins. Glutenin are held responsible for intercultivar variation in gluten viscoelasticity. Among glutenins, HMWGs are main determinants of gluten strength and elasticity. Gliadin subgroups decrease gluten strength in accordance to their molecular size. Microscopic studies suggest that gluten extracted from good bread quality wheat exhibit foam-like matrix, whereas gluten of poor bread quality wheat shows extensively open protein matrix. TSC thermograms reveals that albumins and globulins are the most heat sensitive, followed by gliadins, and glutenins are the most heat resistant proteins. With this, thank you all. Thank you very much for your patience sharing.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful and knowledgeable session. Now we would further move to our next technical session by Professor H. Pratap Kumar Shetty. He is currently working as Dean, School of Life Sciences and Professor at the Department of Food Science and Technology. Professor Shetty completed his MSc in Bioscience from Mangalore University and PhD from National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. He was lecturer at the Department of Microbiology, Mangalore University in the year 1997 till 2013, postdoctoral research fellow for 2 years at the University of Texas Health Center at Tyler, USA, moved to Denmark and worked as assistant professor at the Department of Food Science, Copenhagen University from 2003 to 2006. Then he moved to the Department of Genetics and Biotechnology, Aarhus University, and worked as senior scientist 2006 to 2009. In the year 2009, he joined Pondicherry University as leader and headed the department for more than 8 years. Professor Shetty contributed immensely to the university by actively participating in various university committees, including member of university statutory bodies, worked as Dean of Research and the university heading the R&D section for 2 years from 2009 to 2021. He published mobilized number of R&D and consultancy projects from various funding agencies. He has published 75 scientific publications, including many high-impact factor publications, applied for 2 patents, edited a book, written 7 book chapters, and delivered many invited talks and lectures. In the year 2019, Professor Shetty has been awarded with the Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, UK. He is currently serving as the member of governing body of DBT, National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, Center of Innovation and Applied Bioprocessing, Mohali, and a member of Board of Studies for various universities. In addition to teaching and research, he is actively involved in advertising the government agencies on food safety issues. We welcome you, sir, and we request you to kindly proceed further.
Thank you. Dr. Narpinder, my friend, also Dr. Khatta, I can see here. And am I audible? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir,
Yeah.
you are
And
audible.
my presentation is also visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is
Very
visible.
good. Very good. Okay. I would like to quickly start without wasting much time. I'm sure that I'm pretty sure your session is going way beyond the time schedule. This lecture would be slightly deviation from the other three lectures you have listened till now, where it is cereal centric. Here, I'm trying to talk more on the, how fermentation can be used in, modifying or for the improvement of nutritional properties of cereal foods. We know very well that cereal foods are deficient in, some nutritional aspects, and also, the cereals always have to be cooked. Most of the cereals have to be cooked before consuming. But fermentation is one of those processing which makes it edible, makes it more acceptable, and also makes it more nutritious. Second, let me yeah. All of us know very well about the fermentation. Traditional fermented foods and beverages go a very long way. In fact, in the history of human settlement, and also, this. If you talk about fermentation, it is not. Just to give me a second. There's a lot of noise coming. I just cut the noise. Sorry for that. This, the history of using fermented foods and fermentation as a way of processing goes a very long way. In fact, much before even humans do. There are a lot of evidences to talk about primates and other primitive animals using it also. And if you can see the span of things in this project, in this slide, that fermentation of leafy vegetables, fermentation of fruits, fermentation of vegetables, fermentation of meat, all these things have been used traditionally, and fermentation of cereals is the one which is of concern today. And in terms of the fermented foods, cereals are one of those first things to be used, because the grains were used for fermentation of beverages, alcoholic beverages, and the grains were also used for leavening the bread. Therefore, these two being the first few, food to be fermented, you can understand that fermented, cereals are probably historically the first one. And if you go back traditionally, just to give a glimpse of what has been happening, in the prehistoric times, there used to be brewing, where also it is the grains which were brewed, rye and other grains. Then leavening, which especially in the Egyptian civilization, leavening is one of the main activities where the breads used to be leavening of bread has started. Then also you can see Chinese civilization, then fermentation of leaves, fermentation of dairy products, and so on and so forth. And what you see in the bottom here is the how later on science came into picture to study why the fermentation is happening, how it is happening, and identification of factors responsible for it. It has been optimized to the extent that today we have probiotics, science of probiotics and prebiotics, where we are talking mostly about either fermented foods or fermentation organisms, or those oligosaccharides or fibers which actually helps in the fermentation in the gut. Therefore, broadly, if you see process of fermentation, which makes actually the food resistant to microbial spoilage and the development of toxins. All of us know very well that when you are consuming a fermented food, for example, I'll take the example of the yogurt. Whenever there is a curd, dahi, or yogurt, when it is which is fermented, do you ever ask whether it's safe for me? No, you never ask safety of curd or yogurt, because you can never fall sick by eating a fermented dairy product, or for that matter for any of the fermented food products, because the microorganisms which are fermenting these products are almost similar to the ones which are present in our gut microbiome. This also preserves the food between the time of harvest and consumption. Therefore, prehistorically, if you go, because there used to be only seasonal production of the various things, starting from cereals all the way to the vegetables, and they had to be kept for a long time for consumption, and fermentation was one of the things which was used for that. Therefore, meaning that it extends the shelf life, enhances the flavor and nutritional value. All of us know very well that you just take any food product before and after fermentation, if you do a sensory evaluation, you know the difference between the two. There will be several fold increase in the flavor and acceptability, and also nutritional value gets enhanced. Improves the digestion and increases the viability of availability of microorganisms. This is also very important because quite a lot of food products which, when they are consumed in the unfermented form, can have anti-nutritional components, but once it is fermented, it becomes acceptable to our system. Please remember that cereals were unique from this point of view. Can you consume any of the cereals raw? No, you cannot consume them raw. They have to be consumed cooked. But the very ancient times, actually these cereals were actually fermented and consumed, and it gives the availability of microorganisms and micronutrients. Because these fermentation microorganisms releases the micronutrients from the very rigid matrix which are present in the cereal products, and bioavailability increases tremendously. Reduction of and elimination of toxic and antimicrobial factors. It's not just the removal of the anti-nutritional factor, it also removes the allergenic materials. For example, people who are allergic to milk or intolerant to milk can consume the dahi or the fermented product. The same is the case with many of the products. In fact, I have not put that slide here. Recently, a company has started commercialized making peanuts. They call it as allergen-free peanuts. This is basically done by fermentation of these peanuts or groundnuts by using specific set of microorganisms which are making these peanuts allergen-free. And last but not the least, most important, it makes the inedible things edible. Therefore, please imagine a situation where if we did not know how to ferment, if we did not know how to cook, if these two things were not there, probably quite a lot of food products would have been out of our range from eating. Why to ferment? This is, it's the same thing almost, but first and foremost again comes here is about the extension of shelf life, rendering the food resistant to microbial spoilage and development of toxins. In fact, even our own experiments in the labs have shown that in the early hours of fermentation itself, even if you inoculate salmonella or any of the pathogenic microorganisms, they get overpowered by the fermentation microflora. But by the end of fermentation time, for example, whether it's 3 hours, 6 hours, or 12 hours, you could actually see that the microorganisms, which pathogenic microorganisms, disappear from the fermented vat. It enriches the diet through diverse flavors, aroma, textures, and food substrates. The bread, the dahi, any forms of pickles. All these are actually modified during fermentation. If you take the fermented foods, in fact, it goes a long way, much before even we come to this commercial world. Indigenous fermented foods play a major role in the diet of millions. In fact, recently there has been a work which is done in the Northeast by a student from National Institute of Nutrition to show that how important locally available traditional fermented foods are important in ensuring the food security and nutritional security in the population. Therefore, traditional ethnic groups have actually developed ways in which they are self-sufficient with respect to the availability of food products for them throughout the year, and also sufficing with respect to nutritional requirements. Fermentation has numerous benefits, the list which we have been seeing. The major groups of fermented foods are actually non-alcoholic fermented foods, or they are called as non-alcoholic starchy foods, alcoholic beverages, fermented milk and milk products, fermented legumes, seeds, and condiments. Anyway, the list can be much bigger. But what is this fermentation? Who does it? Because most of the students who or the audience who have some kind of biochemistry and microbiology background would know this, because alcoholic fermentation is one of the oldest and well-known form of fermentation, which is done by the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, and this is one of the largest biotechnological product today, even though we don't call that biotechnology anymore anyway, because a baker fellow makes a bread. But where does the leavening come from? Leavening comes from the dry yeast. Dry yeast is nothing but microbial biotechnological product. Glucose gets fermented, by these Saccharomyces cerevisiae releasing alcohol as well as carbon dioxide, and the carbon dioxide actually acts as the leavening agent. Production of acetic acid by Acinetobacter, where ethanol gets reduced into the acetic acid and water, and lactic acid fermentation is one of the largest food fermentation and food spoilage mechanism, where Leuconostoc, Lactobacillus, Streptococcus, all these are non-pathogenic organisms and gut-friendly organisms which ferment the glucose and lactose into various organic acids. You either can have a heterolactic fermentation where from glucose you can get multiple acids, or you might have a lactic fermentation, only one type of a acid comes. And there is another group of big fermentation which is done mostly with the protein rich products, for example meats and pickles and so on and so forth, where alkaline fermentation happens by means of Bacillus subtilis or various species of Bacillus, where protein gets broken down into peptides, amino acids, and ammonia. That's the reason, in fact, many of those fermented meat and high fermented beans, fermented meats, and high protein substrates, once they're fermented, gives actually a pungent taste because of the presence of ammonia. Lactic acid bacteria have the highest presence ecologically, any surface for that matter, starting from the soil to your vegetables, plant surfaces, your skin, your gut, everywhere you have these lactic acid bacteria which have the largest presence because they are the nature's mechanism to spoil or to degrade the dead and decaying materials. These lactic acid bacteria have been used to ferment or culturing the foods for thousands of years. And best examples are yogurt and cheese. Lactic acid bacteria have huge applications, starting from making bread, shortbread manufacture, pickling, development of various alcoholic beverages, because lactic acid bacteria do not produce alcohol, but lactic acid bacteria help in maturing the alcoholic beverages by degrading the alcohol into acids. For example, in the manufacturing of the the wines, lactic acid bacteria play a major role. Cheese manufacturing, meat processing, milk processing, so on and so forth. Alcoholic fermentation and yeast-based leavening is, we all know very well. Coming to the indigenous fermented foods, they are basically traditional village art methodologies, because these are part of the lifestyle. If you ask anybody in the village, they will not know it's a fermented food. They will say that, yes, it is our traditional food. They have uniqueness and identity. They are closely knit with the traditions and culture, and they have become essential components of diet. If you close your eyes and think about many of the festivals, in fact, quite a lot of these foods come back to our diet during those specific festival days. These withstood the test of time. This is very important. Just a couple of decades back in 1980s, people, there were a lot of articles, or discussions which were happening saying that with the onslaught of globalization, we are losing our traditional foods. For example, idli and dosa here. Then you have the dhokla in the western part, and you have various fermented foods in every region you go. And instead of getting disappeared, they are coming back in a big way as health products today. Therefore, they cannot be disappeared, and because they have withstood the test of time for thousands of years. They have immense commercial potential as well as relevant to native as well as broader audience. Therefore, many of these food products, when they're made commercialized, the whole globe is audience. Best example is actually soy sauce. You tell me one household in an urban situation, we don't have a soy sauce. Where did it originate? It came from the Far East Asian countries. But today, globally, it is used in a very, very large scale. Therefore, actually, this one slide, I took it from a different presentation to put here. Presentation is not something which we invented. It's actually part of our life. If you take these three monkeys, these monkeys are called as leaf-cutting monkeys or langurs. Langurs actually have a small pre-gut here, and these velvet monkeys have actually a pouch where whatever they have eaten gets fermented. If you think about why this has been there, because many of the plant products, because these are vegetarians, when they eat leaves and either leafy vegetables or even roots, they have a lot of anti-nutritional substances. If the animal eats it directly, he can even die, or bloating, so many problems he can have. To avoid that, nature has helped them by having these pouch inside which the fermentation can happen by using the bacteria. But when we evolved, that is Homo erectus and the higher primates, we don't have these. But we have a better evolved brain, by using which even before the humans were evolved, many of our ancestors, which were, we call it as pre-human ancestors, were actually using fermentation as a mechanism, but not inside their body, but outside. Therefore, when you ferment a food product, there is a tremendous nutritional enhancement happening, which is just put together here. Therefore, there would be increase of certain metabolites, that is increase in bioactive molecules, synthesis of lots of substances, bioactive substances, decrease of lots of anti-nutrients and toxic substances. Therefore, here one thing you have to find out, you may be knowing that the cereals are deficient in some amino acids, and pulses are deficient in some essential amino acids. But if when a cereal is fermented or a legume is fermented, that gets balanced, because these essential amino acids get de novo synthesized during the fermentation process. Increase in vitamins, increase in antioxidant activity, peptide production from the proteins, because you may be knowing, because when compared to the whole protein, peptides have more bioactivity, production of enzymes, increase in the saponin and isoflavin values, then production of polyglutamic acid, degradation of anti-nutritional compound, the list goes on. Therefore, this is one of the ways of natural biofortification. Therefore, if you take any raw material, and when you start processing, there are processing by fermentation. First is fermentation, which is the process of processing. Then the response. What are the response? The list what we have just seen as shown here. Then what are the outcome? That means we have improved nutritional solubility, mineral solubility. We will be seeing one of the slides later how and why the mineral solubility increases, improved protein bioavailability, and also production of large amount of bioactives. Please remember that when compared to last few decades of the concept of nutrition, they used to always talk about carbohydrate, proteins, and fat. We used to talk about three categories anyway, fibers as the next one. But in the last 2-3 decades, or at least last 1.5-2 decades, we have been increasingly talking about not just the three classes, but classes within the classes. What do you mean by that? Because it's not just the carbohydrate. What are the different types of carbohydrates? Are we talking about simple carbohydrates, oligosaccharides, non-digestible carbohydrates, fibers, soluble fibers, insoluble fibers, and their role not just in nutrition and bioavailability, also in improving the gut microbiome, improved protein availability. It is not just the quantity of protein, because we say these many grams of protein needed per day, but it's not just enough if you take that many grams of protein per day as per the requirement. But these proteins should be of the available type, or they should be bioavailable proteins, and anyway bioactives. Therefore, consuming the fermented foods actually gives a huge array of fermentation benefits, which we have been discussing anyway. But it starts from very simple improvement of nutrition all the way to prevention of cancer. And even today, because of the lot of work which is done on the gut brain axis, gut liver axis, we today know that what you think, what you behave, what you how good is your nervous system, whether you are prone for neurodegenerative diseases or not, whether you are have a metabolic disorder or not, whether you are diabetes or not, hypertension, or all these things are today connected to your gut. Therefore, that is what we call it gut liver or gut brain hypothesis. Based on that, we are today saying that based on the what kind of diets you are eating, your behaviors and also metabolic status can change. And fermented foods are those foods which can actually support the gut microbiome's ability to establish itself. Therefore, if you take the health benefits of these fermented foods, let's not go into the total jargons of it, but once a fermented food has been taken, when compared to an unfermented counterpart, these fermented foods are pre-digested, biologically, biologically enriched, nutritionally empowered products, which actually have pH as well as pH redox and all other physico-chemical conditions optimal for the gut to digest, absorb, and establish the gut microbiome. That is what you are seeing here. Therefore, these fermented foods, when they are consumed on a regular basis, whether it's cereal based, meat based, or any of them, especially the cereal based, because most of the cereal based fermented foods are staple foods, they actually enhance the gut homeostasis, what we call it gut homeostasis, which is responsible for overall health benefits. Therefore, it improves the immunity, it improves the the well-being of the subject. Therefore, if you take the direct and indirect effects of food fermentation and lactic bacteria in the allergy modification, because food allergy is one of those issues which is an emerging issue in India, because globally food allergy is a big issue. But traditionally, Indians have much lesser food allergy problem. But however, over the years, in fact, we have we can discuss it separately. But there has been a trend of increasing food allergy manifold. That may be because of various reasons. One of the main reasons we are contributing is to the loss of diversity of gut microbiome. Therefore, even and also decrease in the consumption of our traditional fermented food is also slowly making it more and more susceptible for the allergy. Therefore, the indirect effect of the lactic acid bacteria as probiotic organisms, and direct effect which is happening by the rendering the food substrate less allergic and less harmful, and making it more and more gut friendly. Therefore, I'm not going into the gut microbiome as such, but gut microbiome has a huge role to play in terms of manifestation of obesity, mood, behavior, nervous systems integrity, including the Alzheimer's onset, cancer, hypertension, immunity enhancement, and you can see a large number of direct correlations we have now with the intestinal flora or gut microbiome. But there are also ample evidences today to show that the fermented foods nourish the intestinal flora directly. In addition to helping in terms of improving our health, these fermented foods also help in the biopreservation. What do you mean by biopreservation? It's nothing but what was the initial intention of making fermented foods was to preserve the food. Therefore, biological preservation of the food, which is called as biopreservation, or the extension of shelf life by using microbiological route. That is nothing but the biopreservation. That is because of the bacteriocin production. That is because of leavening. That is because of the physicochemical changes brought in. That is because of the production of organic acid. That is also because of the production of large quantities of bacteriocins as well as the peptides, which are antimicrobial. Lactic acid bacteria have antagonistic properties which makes them particularly useful as biopreservatives. Today in the food industry, lactic acid bacteria are applied extensively as biopreservative agents. What makes these foods to ferment? Basically, it is the natural microorganisms which are present in the surface of the foods with the very complex microbiological architectural belonging to various thousands of genera, species, and strains which come together to make this fermentation, or they are called as fermentation microbiome. They have different technological properties, and some of them are very, very difficult to cultivate. In fact, many of these cannot be today. Many of them cannot be cultivated in the lab. Therefore, in future, probably we'll get the capacity to cultivate them. The very important point is microorganisms are highly diverse. They are considerably have higher, natural variations due to mutations. Then also because when compared to us as eukaryotes, prokaryotes can mutate. Once they mutate, any small mutation is there, gets expressed, because of which they are highly adaptive. Many traits of these organisms actually, just inherited, they get not inherited, there is a spelling mistake here. They get inherited silently. And whenever they are put under, extreme conditions, these can express. For example, in our lab, we have a gluten degrading, very strong gluten degrading organism. And this was isolated from idli batter. Idli batter don't have gluten. Idli batter or the, rice and dal don't have gluten. But this organism was silent when it was in this, in the idli batter. But when we have put it in the wheat-based system, it is showing a very strong the gluten degrading ability. These are expressed only when exposed to challenging or specific environment. Now we are talking about global warming, changing environmental situations. Microorganisms will get adapted to that just instantaneously, but we cannot. Natural variations exist with respect to most of the traits of these microorganisms. And as microbiologists, what we do is we bait and fish. That means we isolate these microorganisms and then put them under challenging situations to find out the special properties of these microorganisms, and then we commercialize them. Therefore, when a natural fermentation occurs, if you take your dahi, which is made in the house, is the one which you see in the bottommost. The topmost, what you see is a commercial, yogurt you find in the market. Because the dahi which is made in the house has large number of various species which make the consortium. But the one which is available in the market with only 1 or 2 bacteria which is fermenting, it will be only 2 species what you will find. Therefore, microbial diversity of the traditional food is actually the strength of traditional fermented foods. Therefore, as we make them more and more refined, the functional richness will come, but the robustness with respect to their diversity goes off. Therefore, most of the people who work in the food technology know what do you mean by commercializing a product. If you want to commercialize a product from a small scale to large scale, you have to scale it up. But if Professor Narpinder or Khatta want to make a cereal processing commercial, it's very easy because you have to only work about challenges with respect to engineering. But when it comes to fermented foods.
Hello, sir.
Yes?
Sorry to interrupt you. But sir, we are running out of time and the next speaker is waiting for his session.
How much time I have been allotted?
Sir, it's 12 to 12:30.
Yeah, I started at I think almost 12:35. No?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because if you want me to stop, I can stop here
No,
also.
no,
But
you can wind up within 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Because cereals are unique by themselves, because of their starch-rich and protein, high in starch and low in protein and fat. And these, are mostly fermented by lactic acid bacteria. And during the fermentation, what happens is the amylase is one of those enzymes which is the most active enzyme in degrading the starch. And during the cereal fermentation, if you take cereal grains and the fermentation microorganisms after the fermentation, can make these cereal-based product much more acceptable and much more nutrition rich. Therefore, during the fermentation, what happens is if you take what you can see on the left side is the matrix. In the matrix, you can see the various nutrients or the micronutrients actually are trapped. But during the fermentation, because of the enzymatic action, what happens is the matrix gets loosened up and the various, for example, calcium, phytate, iron, protein, and the polyphenols, all these get loosened up and they get released and become more and more bioavailable. Therefore, it is also the process of germination which has a similar effect, but most of the time, germination combined with fermentation gives the highest effect with respect to fermentation. For example, what you see in the brewery industry. Therefore, if you see the mechanism, in which one of the well-known cereal fermentation, that is the sourdough fermentation, how the nutrition has increased, you can see here that during the fermentation, yeast fermentation of the sourdough, you can see phenolics, sterols, vitamins, minerals, dietary fiber, lipids, proteins, and starch actually, change with respect to their, bioavailability as well as the nature. And various nutritional modifications of the fermented cereals. If you see here, if anybody is interested, I can give you the presentations which you can go through slowly, when you have time. But this is actually an overall summary of how nutritional modification happen. I don't have time to go into this, but basically this summarizes the mechanism of this fermentation. Therefore, if you take the whole grain, various phytochemicals are there, what you can see around here, starting from tocols, phytosterols, carotenoids, inulin, and so on and so forth, during fermentation actually get released, and because of which, in fact, you will be able to get them either in the native form more bioavailable or in the modified form becoming physiologically more active. Therefore, germination and fermentation actually are commonly used together for the fermentation enrichment as well as bio enrichment of various cereal based products. Therefore, cereal and pulses are either used many times are used in combination for improvement of the food products which are with improved nutritional components as well as with the improved bioavailability. Therefore, I'll skip some of these. Yeah. Then one more point I just wanted to mention here, because traditional fermentation is one where native microorganisms participate in the fermentation. Second thing is use of known starter cultures for making optimized production of food products. That is where I was talking about just a few minutes ago of challenges of how we are finding it difficult to optimize the commercialized product where we are using these starter cultures. And last point to make here is that nutritional and functional effects of the use of fermentation in the cereal industry byproduct. This is a huge field today where we are able to actually make various products out of the waste or the byproducts of the cereal industry, especially lignocellulose waste, bran, and so on and so forth. You can actually, through fermentation, you can improve the improve and as well as do the value addition of these products. In fact, in a microbiology-based fermentation industry, we can actually produce flavors, special proteins, fragrances, then the colors, and many other products just from simple waste from the cereal industry, such as, for example, the bran and so on and so forth. GABA is one of those. Many of the cereal fermented foods actually are GABA enriched. Gamma-aminobutyric acid is called a psychobiotic, which actually helps in improving the mood and also improving the function of the nervous system. And also folate is one of those nutrients which actually gets biofortified during the fermentation of the cereal-based products. Therefore, there are a large number of avenues of fermented foods, fermentation in improving the cereals as well as pulses, and also in utilizing the waste from the cereal and pulse industry. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Thank you. And if anybody wants, I can share the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your such a valuable talk. We will now move forward with our last technical session for this webinar by Dr. M.K. Tripathi. M.K. Tripathi, sir, is a postgraduate of biochemistry from RMLA University and obtained PhD in biochemistry from G.B. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar. He is currently working as principal scientist biochemistry at ICAR CIE Bhopal. Well, his major areas of professional interest include medicinal compounds, functional and nutraceutical foods, probiotic foods, and byproduct utilization. He has guided more than 50 PhD students. He has published more than 90 research papers in international and national journals of repute, 58 book chapters, 45 popular articles, and 82 abstracts in national and international conferences. He has authored and edited 14 books in Springer Journal and 5 technical bulletins in the areas of food processing and food biotechnology. 2 books received awards for the Book of the Year and Bestseller Book. He has developed more than 29 process technology, worked on 17 national projects as PI and co-PI. Group leader of PMO-based activities on fruit-based carbonated beverage development, patents, and apply for 3 products. Commercialized many process technologies, registered genes in NCBI. He has also received several research grants from NASF, ICR, DST, Ministry of Environment, and handled more than 25 administrative and expert responsibilities. He has been recipient of several prestigious awards and honors, such as qualified for prestigious CSR Shama Prasad Mukherjee Fellowship. He He's enlisted in the top 2% scientists of the world 2021, compiled by Stanford University, published by elsewhere. Selected, he is also selected for NSAI, National Academy of Sciences of India, 2022. ICA Team Award 2020 by Indian Societies of Agriculture, Engineering. Established Scientist Award 2014 by SPS. Lifetime Achievement Award 2017 by Innovative Research, Chennai for outstanding achievements in the field of food processing research and publication. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I request you to kindly proceed with your presentation, sir, and address the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. And thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and Dr. Nipendra Singh, sir, Dr. Bhupinder Singh, sir, and Dr. Pankaj Kumar, Dr. Pratap Shetty, Dr. Vinod Kumar, and all the organizing committee of this seminar. And basically I have very little time, and this is the time for food, so I try to conclude in very little time. So this is the potential role of pulses in the development of functional foods. How this functional food, how these things can be incorporated in the form of functional food is the topic of my seminar. If you go to the functional food, what are the functional food? Basically, functional foods are the foods which have some nutritional as well as some health related value and involve in the improved state of health and well-being for the reduction of risk of disease. Means they are working for both for the nutrition as well as for the health improvement. There are several sources of the functional foods, and these functional foods are not a pill or a capsule or any form of the dietary supplement. They can be consumed as a part of food pattern. So these our cereals and pulses are very good source of the functional foods in the form of several way. If you see, there are the several things in the functional food component, like the catechin is there, flavonoids are there, saponins are there, isofinans are there, allyl sulfides are there, carotenoid. These all groups are the very good potential to the health. If these components present in any foods component, definitely they will be have some health value. So if you see the functional foods, I just want to very brief all the thing. And American Dietetic Association ADA already break the functional foods in four categories. There are the conventional foods, modified foods, medical foods, and foods for specialty battery. If you see, there are some super foods. They categorize the nowadays that in that group, our beans and legumes are very much take the position like soya and other things. So if you see what are the sources of functional food, basically fruits, green vegetable, meat, beverage, soybean, cereals, and citrus fruit. They have a very good functional ingredient. That's why they are the source of the functional foods component. What are the aims of this functional food development? Because the development of functional foods is basically involved in the improve the health of the population and also reduce the healthcare expenses of the society, which is the major
Hello.
expense today, and food for the specified health
Hello, sir.
improvement.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Sir, your slides are not moving. It's just the first slide which is showing on the screen. So kindly slide share your slides and you can move to the
I
slide
think
which.
I
Yes,
have
yes.
I have been slide mode, but I think there is some problems with this Microsoft. So can we move in this way?
Yes, sir. Now you can. Now your this slide is visible. The fifth slide earlier only first slides were visible. So you can change the slides as you are speaking.
Now it is changing.
Yes, sir. Now you are on fifth slide, sir.
Now my slide is changing. Hello.
The speaking, sir.
Okay. So we
Okay,
can
sir.
you can see that this functional food play a role is very important in the development and growth, regulation of energy balance and body weights, and cardiovascular functions, defense against oxidative stress, intestinal function. As our previous speakers have already told, we can use fermented foods, and that fermented food can improve several way in for the health purpose. So these are the some functional foods role. And if you see nowadays, there's a very much confusion that this is the functional foods or medicine. So these are the three basic category of the functional foods. where we can utilize this our pulses and cereals in the development of food, like basic foods. This it can be utilized in the basic foods. Our processed food with the added biotic compounds are foods which have the functional food component, but we adding much and more and make a enrich or and make it some categorized. So these are the some basic foods. And nowadays the carrot, oat, soya beans, and different types of the community can be used in this way. So functional foods can be in natural foods. Our component is added both by increasing concentration or component naturally occurring, means that we have to just enhance, or in some cases there are some toxins or some anti-nutritional compounds are there, we can minimize or remove them. And a food where one or more component are modified are enriched. And finally, any foods which have the some components and which is very important but they are not bioavailable, so anyway we can modify it for their viability. These are the functional foods purpose, and we can utilize in this way as a functional food component. So come to the differences. What are the differences in between the functional food and medicine? This is one of the important things where the persons and everyone is the confusing. And so functional food is entirely different from the medicine in for the mode of action, for the purpose of action, and for the forms where they are used. Basically, if you see the functional foods, they are the modification of physiological process within a normal range, but medicines is can be applied when the physiological process or the symptom goes beyond the normal range. And purpose is different. Here the functional food purpose is to restore or enhance normal function in order to optimize health. But in case of medicine, to treat or prevent the disease. So this the purpose of both functional food and medicine is also different. The form where we are using the functional foods, like we are using the functional food in the form of a part of the normal diet, but medicine can be used in the form of tablet, capsule, pills, and serum. So these are the some different basic differences in this two things. If you see, this is when the functional foods or functional components are clinically evidence, then they categorize in the nutraceuticals. But when we have the some food value and food supplement like minerals, protein supplement, functional food, they are not basically trained or claimed as a nutraceutical. So these are the functional foods evidence. And if you see the number of plants, number of commodity is available where different biological activity is different. Means the number of plants where, if you see, from antioxidant to nephroactive activities present in the biological component of that particular commodity, and where antioxidant level of the most of the plant is high. I mean, these are the phytochemicals component, biologically active component found in the different commodity, which showing the functional property. So if you see the functional food ingredient, in brief, the functional food ingredient in different way. It may be in the form of antioxidant. Everyone know what are the role of antioxidant, how this antioxidant is very important. And nowadays, most of the food formulation is just taking care of this antioxidant because they minimize the production of reactive oxygen species, which is very harmful to our body, which can be just prepared by the external sources or in our in body sources. So some of the diets which are the rich in vitamin C, vitamin E, carotenoid, copper, selenium, flavonoids are very good source of the antioxidant and useful for that purpose. Dietary fibers is also one of the important things which is now everyone using, which is the resistant to hydrolysis of digestive enzyme, and they have several health benefits. And nowadays, if you see, most of the our designs foods available in the markets are mainly concerned with the dietary fiber. So this is the one of the important source of the comes from the food, which can be used for the functional foods for the development of novel foods. So omega-3 fatty acids also is very important. That also comes from the foods as a functional food component, and they are associated with so many of the diseases like cardiovascular diseases, some endothelial reduction, inflammation, reduce the inflammation, also some immune system. So everywhere these components play a very important role. Some plant sterol, which is very good source in the our legumes and pulses, are also nowadays one of the choice for the functional food development, and they are basically structural similar to the cholesterol but not readily absorbed. So they are also used in the numerous health problems and are uh, found to effective in reduce of the several important diseases like lungs, stomach, colon cancers, and also in a very good source of antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and anti-atherogenic properties. So we can use this component also. Prebiotics, which is already discussed, because these probiotics are some non-digestible food ingredient, and nowadays become a very good source for the substrate and nutrient for the probiotics are useful microbial species outside or inside. Like our previous speaker is all the fermentation. In fermentations matrix, these are playing very important. So these are the some good sources of the prebiotics. Probiotics are now very important source. We are also developing some probiotic foods like probiotic soya cheese spray. Several probiotic products we have developed where these legumes are very important. So this matrix comes from this legume, and we are using some health benefits and probiotic claimed bacteria. So you can see this probiotic development by using these cereals as well as the legumes are very important, and they are very important aspect during this time where we are just suffering from the corona or COVID, where our immunity is very much required. So this probiotics component is also very important. You can see several products available in the market for this. So if you come to the food ingredient, so there are several food ingredients and food sources is just mentioned here. They are very good source and very good effect on the health benefit. Like ascorbic acid, they are also comes from the plant sources. Allicin, they are also comes from the food sources. Beta carotene, everywhere if you see, they are very much effective in so many of the health benefits in the form of either the reducing the symptoms or probiotics or antioxidants or some others activity. These are some more food ingredient comes from the plant sources like capsicum, catechin, cellulose, cyanidin. If you see everywhere, these are the component. Either we directly use from the food sources or they extract from the food sources, but they are using a very good source for the development of functional foods. And so many of the industries are using these in the natural form or the extractive form. So if you see these are other components like lecithin, isothiocyanate, and folic acid. One important functional food ingredient here we mentioned is isoflavone. This isoflavone has a phytoestrogen property, and they are very much effective in so many of the diseases now, like anti-cancerous, anti-diabetic, and these all things are also reported and work, which is comes from the one of the important legume soybean. So these components, if you used as a functional food ingredient, it's very much useful for the development of the novel types of functional foods. So these some like lignin, lycopene, resveratrol. You know, grapes and red wine are very good source for resveratrol. Quercetin, soya protein. Everywhere this soya protein in the form of isolate, concentrate, yeah, directly isolated forms. We are using in the so many of the functional food development as well as some medicines also. So here we can ask that the functional food ingredient which have the medicinal property is can be utilized for, can be used for the very good future for the formulations of functional foods which have not only the nutritional property but very much useful for our health property. So nowadays, if you go to the market, because here our purpose is to just explore the use of this functional foods component comes from either legumes or cereal for some functional foods claims. If you go to in the animal, we have the huge amounts of the functional food component. Functional foods are available, and there are several claims are there. Some are claiming that our foods are functional foods with the nutrient content claims. Like there are some claiming they have very high source of fibers. They are very excellent source of vitamin C. There is no cholesterol or no trans fatty. They are a good source of the dietary fiber. I mean that components comes from the food component, foods in the form of functional food component. So second is the nutrition function component. When we formulated any foods in the form like probiotics, are the some metrics for the prebiotics are included, and they are if they are rich in the vitamin D, we are just claiming that our product is having the high amount of vitamin D, high amount of bone strengthening property. This is one of the claim that is due to the presence of this functional food component. In some cases, if our food product have the high rich of the omega-3 fatty acid, we are just claiming that this nutrient is present, so their function will be very much effective and similar as omega-3 fatty acid. So these are the again nutrient claims. Some disease risk reduction claims are also claiming by the some of the products available in the market, like one products Minute Maids, and they are just claiming that this beverage has a good amount of calcium, so they are just involved everywhere where our calcium in the body involved. So this is the disease risk claim, means they, if calcium is available in the food product, they definitely work in the bone strengthening. And one of the important product life, they are just cereal rates, and they have some health diet low, saturated and trans fatty may reduce the heart disease, means if this component is there, means they may be useful for the reduction of heart disease. So this is the benefit for the formulation of the functional foods by using our this functional food component. So if you see, there are so many of diseases where every food components are just affecting to the disease condition. If you can see, sodium diet, grain diet, low fruit diet, means everywhere these are the some functional food component. Their components come from our diet. So you can imagine if any deficiency of our foods is maybe caused to the some diseases. So nowadays, a very important use of these functional foods in cardiovascular disease. You can see these are the some functional food component, and their clinical trials is also completed. And these are the some reference like soybean. Soybean is a very functional food component. Soybean's functional food component is soya protein, and it is found that they can be very much effective in the lowering of blood cholesterol. The presence of isoflavonoid, one of the functional foods, they also clinically exhibited to inhibition in the LDL cholesterol. Oat, everyone know this oat have the very soluble fibers in the form of beta glucan, and they reduce cholesterol absorption. Flaxseed, omega 3s, that presence of these functional food component itself make effective these foods for the their cardiovascular diseases are very familiar for the cardiovascular disease, like garlic, tea, nuts, and their component allicin, flavonoid, polyphenol, and isobutyl. Means everywhere the clinical trials is already completed, and it was found they are very much effective to the cardiovascular disease. Means this is one of the good use application of this functional food component comes from the foods in the form of the clinicals, or we can say the health benefits, which is we are just expressing as a functional food. So in diabetes, oats, rye, whole wheat, soybean, everyone, the role in the diabetic in the different form is also established. So these components like beta glucan, antioxidant, phenolic acid from the rye, dietary fiber, magnesium, and other things from the whole wheat, phenolic compound, phytoestrogen, like genistein, diastine from the soybean. Each and every have a very good functionality, which is already established. So you can see also the cinnamon, turmeric, penguric. If you see this penguric, now the most of the nutri-ayur Ayurvedic persons are already established and have the several history from the back that this is the if you use this functional food components, they can directly affect to the effective to the our diabetic patient. You can see in somewhere they improve insulin sensitivity, in somewhere they just take an anti-inflammatory activity, in somewhere they just take classic glycemic control. Everywhere their role for the control or the just friendship to the diabetic persons is already established. So these are the some brief of the functional foods. How these legumes can be utilized for the functional food development. If you see the broad term legume, which just categorized in the oilseed legumes and fresh legume, like in oilseed legumes, soybean and peanuts are categorized, and fresh bean and fresh peas are the fresh legume. And if you come to the pulses, there are different pulses like chickpea, dry pea, lentil pea, and common pea. We are not going to just explain, but these are the very useful for the development of functional food. And if you go to the mall or markets, the market of this functional food is very increasing. So there is need of time to just develop such types of functional foods and for the utilization of these functional foods. And if you see, these are the what are the legumes we are not going to discuss here. These are the some different commodities we are using. Why this functional food? What are the property of the different legumes which can be facilitated these legumes for a functional food? You can see this pulses and legume and recognize a functional food because they are the very good source of protein. In fact, some are the very good source of the protein, not their quantity but their quality. Like soybean, soybean have the 32 to 50% of the protein, and all the essential amino acids required for the body growth are present in the soybean. So they are a very good source of the functional food development. They are very good source of vitamins, mineral, omega 3, dietary fibers, and some NSP nuts, starch polysaccharide. They are also containing some non-nutritive biotic phytochemicals which can be converted into some nutritive are useful by the use of processing condition. So due to this reason, these legumes foods are very much useful for the functional foods. So if you see these functional foods in the form of protein, peptide, fiber, omega 3 can be very much useful to decrease the free radical, vasoconstriction, cholesterol level and lipid accumulation, and also very much useful for the fat digestion and cholesterol assimilation. And in this way, they can be useful for the not only the nutrition as well as some nutraceutical potential for the body health. These are the some legumes and which have the high protein, high dietary, low fat, low glycemic index, gluten-free, high energy. If you see, all these terms are very much effective nowadays for the development of most of the disease-friendly foods are like a glycine gluten-free. They are allergic person, low glycemic index for the diabetic person, and so high dietary fibers for the some others person. So this can be correctly very much suitable for the development of functional foods. If you see this, some of the pulses like pigeon pea, some cow pea, some yellow pea, some kidney pea, they are just very much useful, and their health role is also already established to prevent disease, to prevent obesity, to as a natural agent, antioxidant agent, reduce the cardiovascular disease, anti-cancer. If you see, most of the disease, most of the metabolic disease are just covered by this pulses. And one important thing, and the use of these pulses for the food usage and other uses have low environmental footprint as serving for the carbon source. So these are the very much important in the perspective of environment as well in perspective of nutrient and nutraceuticals. So if you see these slides, I'm just showing some of the legumes like mung bean, soya bean, pigeon pea, red bean, black bean, and their nutritive value. That's if you see the everyone a very good source of protein, very good source of if the see the in the form of protein, in the form of the fats, in the form of the some minerals and other vitamins. So everywhere these legumes nutritional property is also just favor for the functional as well as their nutraceutical property, which is basically responsible for the use of these legumes for the development of functional food foods formulations. So this is the basic concept we are using. How can we use this these legumes for the functional food? This is a very thing because we are using in the several ways. In some where we are using the snacks, meats. In some where we are using as a flour in the form of gluten-free is for the snacks, cereals, and other ingredients. So if you see, this is the some process which is utilized during the formation of several diet. Like if you do the dry milling with the processing condition, they just split, dehulling, splitting, is just converted into the fibers and which can directly convert into soap and milk. If you milling, it may be converted into the pea flours and which will be source of the gluten-free bakery, snacks, cereals, and crisps. If you just drying or some other process here involved, it may become the pea flours with the enrich of the protein or protein concentrate. So you can see these same legumes can be used for in the several way by just utilizing the processing conditions. Definitely, the some anti-nutritional compound and some non-nutritional compounds are present here, which is the problematic for the formulations. But we are successfully using several processing conditions, and we are the happy to announce that we are just minimizing this anti-nutritional component, and that minimized level may be utilized for the food formulation. So if you see, these are the some species of legume which have a very potential property, and so these are the nowadays the food formulation. These some legumes are using. So how can this utilization of pulse proteins, specifically proteins and their phytochemical? Nowadays, these pulse proteins are basically used in the food application and non-food application. In food application, development of infant and children formula, we are also working meat products, analog, bean curds, baked foods, and some probiotic foods are also developing. And non-foods utilization is also we are working. So these are the some, if you see legume, protein, starch and fiber, the major ingredient can be utilized presently in the meat alternative as snacks, food product, packaging of drug delivery in the form of packaging material, nutraceutical application and 100% gluten-free product. So these are the basic applications nowadays we are using for the formulation. So these are the some utilization of legume. We are not going to detail. These are the some variety and their botanical name, and these are the area where these legumes are used as a functional food supplement. So if you see these legumes in human nutrition, if you see there are some other cereals are there. In comparative to these cereals, the legumes are very much effective in the form of protein. If you see the protein level is very high, some dietary fiber level is also very high. So it may be a very alternative and good approach for the functional food development in place of these other components. So these are, if you see, these are the different lentils which we are using in different application in the food industry. We are using in the food decodification, puffed extruded food, pasta and noodles we are developing, extrudized vegetable proteins are developing, bean curds, probiotics, and some infant and children formula we are developing. Basically, due to the lack of time, we are not explaining our products. So these are the some used of this pulse specific protein in the food industry. If you see basically these slides we have already discussed how this nutritional value and nutraceuticals value like phytochemicals and nutrients are useful in the different product development, and these product development in the form of diet, how they control to the this human system. So you can see these ingredients are very much effective. You just design the foods and incorporate in the diet for the anti-obesity, anti-diabetic, anti-cancerous property. These are the some reported property. So these are the things which we found in the legumes. They are because very good nutritional sources, very good functional property. They are very rich of the biotic component, and definitely if they are biotic component and nutraceutical, they are very good for the therapeutic value. So we have all the properties. So definitely when we utilize this as an ingredient, we can convert this commodity into very value added product in the form of functional foods. So these are the some anti-nutritional because this is the problems. If we control these things, then this will be very useful. There are several anti-nutritional factors present in the legumes, which just degrade the value of the legume. But we can develop some process technology by which we can minimize the level of this factors. Like phytic acid inhibitors is there, protease inhibitors is there, lipase inhibitors there, saponins are there, flavonoids are there. This is the basically categorized as a non-nutritional compound. Glucosinase is there, amylase inhibitor there. You can see these are the some component in the form of enzyme or the protein inhibitor, which are basically required to address their removal or minimization. So these are the some compounds in the form of protease inhibitor, lectin predominant in the legumes, and their physiological effect, the growth is depressor, hormonal imbalance, small intestine, glycoside and others. So these all compounds have some physiological effect, and that physiological effect is not favorable for the functional food development. That's why processing is very important before the development of functional foods. So if you see, these are the some major compounds which we have discussed, and they are their effects. Although they are nutritional, non-nutritional compound, but there are so many medicinal property and health-related property is also reported, like alkaloids, oligosaccharides. Oligosaccharides are very much effective in the development of probiotics as a prebiotic source. So phytate, metal overloading, saponin, leptin. We are here questioning marking because there are very little uh, progress in the form of food ingredient is there. So if you see this plant foods anti-nutritional factor and reduction, there are several strategies we are using for the minimizations like phytic acid, phenolic compound, saponin, enzyme. These are the anti-nutritional. Like one of the our speakers are already at fermentation. Fermentation, we are also utilizing the fermentation, and these are the very much effective method for the minimization of this anti-nutritional compound. Milling and soaking, it is also effective. Autoclave and cooking, even autoclave and cooking, even germination, even soaking. So these simple methods now we are working, and they are found to be effective in the minimization of some of the important anti-nutritional compounds. So we have also working on the basic one of the common legumes, and this is our books, which is mainly concentrate on the nutraceutical and functional food. Soybean as an example, where we try to address the soya food products in the different form, because this is a very good utilization of these functional foods in legume functional foods in different types of food. Like nowadays we are using this soya food products in the development of traditional foods also, second generation foods also, functional foods also, and soya ingredient also. So these are the some example where we are working. We are developing soya milk, tofu, tempeh. These are traditional food products. Second, like meat extenders, soya burgers, soya and sausages, some analogs, and currently we have already just in process of patent in the probiotic soya cheese spread. So these are the some second advanced food products we also developing in the form of functional food. Some functional products like baked food goods and some supplements for the some products we are also using, and some soya ingredient like soya flour, soya concentrate, soya isolate, texturized soya protein, hydrolyzed protein. So this is the some of the products which we are developing from the soya food product. So if you see, this is one of the charts where we are working. In fact, we are working on the zero waste concepts and utilizing this soya bean from the aqueous product like soya milk, and some byproduct like kokara, and some flour like product like full fat flour, and some whole soya product. So you can see there are several food products we are developing in the form of curds, soya paneer, cheese, Even we are also developed um, spread soya butter. So these legumes have a good potential to develop and several functional food products which is required and demanded during the markets. And these are the some food products where we are developing by using this legume. And one important thing which is very important where we are sticking, because this is our purpose to explain this thing and in our topic, because there are several challenges are here in the development of these functional foods. First challenge is the very difficult to maintain the sensory attribute, because they enhancing product taste and smell, so they are optimized texture. So this is one of the important aspects which is challenge in the functional food development. Other is the stabilization of the product ingredient, like biotic components are there, but they are complex, synergistic students of the ingredient. And when we formulate and process, the level of these biotic compounds or the stability of the biotic compound will decreases. So biotic compound may be very variety of the types of the different foods, but the level of stabilization is one of the challenge in the market during the food product development. Cooking changes the availability of certain compound. So how can we stabilize the product ingredient? How can this functional component role in the body? At the time of formulation, their level is maintained. But when we process and when we go to the intestine or digestive tract, their level is not maintained, their availability is not maintained, their function is not maintained. So this is again one of the important challenges. Phytosterol, if you see, this phytosterol is insolubility in water and difficulty to incorporate in the food component. So this is again one of the challenge. Isoflavone, this is a very good functional food component having several health value, but there is a bitterness, poor solubility in water. So this is again one of the challenge as a use of the functional food. Dietary fiber, prebiotic, they have very poor suspension and sedimentation. This is again one of the challenge. Probiotics, although we are developing several probiotic products, but this point is very challenging, because these probiotics are very sensitive to the heat, oxygen, low pH, moisture, and direct. If you see, most of this condition is just maintained in our body system. Then how can we just maintain in this condition to avoid the probiotic degradation? Vitamins, again, the poor solubility and the temperature sensitivity. These are the some challenges found in the development of functional food development. But these are the some problems, some solutions where we can minimize the challenge, like creation of functional component from raw material and by de novo synthesis. So we can immobilize the enzyme system if you are working on the some enzyme, membrane process, and chemical modification. For example, biotic peptides, novel carbohydrate, phytochemical, antioxidant, mineral. If you are using these functional components, we can utilize such concept. If you search mineral antioxidant, we optimize the functional food component by increasing their concentration in raw material. This is one of alternate where we are degrading the 50%. So maybe increase the level during their formulation. So possible technical solution. What will be the solution? Use of fermentation, use of some enzyme technology, some non-thermal process like high pressure is maybe alternate. Tailored and oligosaccharide and fat replacer, where we are using so many of the functional food. So optimization of this functional food component through their modification, like some enzymatic modification and some processing modification, that may be one of the alternatives. So these are the some challenges and these are the some uh, uh, alternatives. So fermentation technology, membrane permeation technology, encapsulation technology, and some sensor and markers where microorganisms and minerals are incorporating is one of the solutions. And if you see, I am just going to the end of my presentation. If you see, there are several functional food markets there where our cereals and legumes are very good. They are utilizing in an industry purpose. Like if you see Amul's, Nestle, PepsiCo, Britannia, all are the using a very good, developing a very good functional food brands by using some dairy, some food components, some cereal components, and some legume components. So we can we can just make it guidelines as well as this food company. Some food company is also involved like Dabur, some Perfecta even, Yakut Donut in the probiotics. So GSK Consumer Health Drinks, Godrej Healthy, they are very good soya-based soft drink provider like Sopit. And Patanjali is also working on, they are just working on the functional food component of the legumes and cereals for development of several food products like herbal food products, some juices, some other things. So these are the very good alternates. They are very good options for development or utilization of these cereals and legume foods in the food functional food development. So these are the one some common other brand's name is also like Happy Den, Chyawanprash, Hajmola, Shilajit. Everyone is using the functional food component and developing some specific food products. Some are like Chyawanprash. They are just using several extract, some food ingredient. In some way, they directly used some food products. So why not you use these legumes and can make a better utilization in the functional food development? So finally come to the conclusions. There are specific factors differentially affect immune functions with the result differences in the type, prevalence and severity of infection with age in the different others health value which can be controlled are the addressed by use of this functional food. An adequate supply of these functional food components play very roles in supporting immune system because everyone is facing the problem of immune system and other body system like some metabolic diseases like your diabetes, cancer and other metabolism. So everywhere if you use adequate supply, it may be effective. We can also reduce the risk and severity of infection and support the faster recovery by use of this functional food product developed from these uh, legumes and other food. So finally, if you come, our India is the largest food producer in world. If you see so many of the community, we are first or second. Why not can we use these functional food components as an attractive sector? And definitely we hope this sector will be very much effective after this post-COVID-19 era. And definitely these functional foods has a very huge potential in India and become kitchen of the world in the form of functional foods in different variety of functional food products. And we are asking about the post-COVID-19. We are just neutralizing the effect of post-COVID-19 and we hope this food processing sector where these functional foods can utilized and 24%, 25%, more than 25% annual growth in next 2 years mm, uh, uh, will be achieved in coming year. And finally, by use of these foods, because we are the foods and the foods component, they are definitely just maintain and complete our nutrition and nutraceutical effect, health effect. So we can just ask that by use of this approach, the Bhujan Sikai and Bhujan Itai concept may be fulfilled. So thank you to all the dignitary and audience for listening our lecture. Thank you.
So is your
Hello.
presentation over, sir?
Yeah. My presentation is over.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you so much, sir, for this knowledgeable session. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll take a short lunch break and we'll be back by 2 p.m. for further for the PhD scholar presentation. We have already allotted time for the presentation to the research scholar. So I request all the presenters to be ready with their presentation in advance to present at the allotted time. So we'll be back here by 2. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back, and now we'll move further towards the presentation of research scholar. The first one is Deepti Chauhan. Are you available, ma'am? Deepti Chauhan. The second one is Ajay Kumar from Guru Nanak Dev University. Are you there? Hello. Am I audible? Sir, am I audible to you? Mr. Ajay Kumar, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Now you're audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. You can start your presentation, sir.
And please allow the screen share.
Okay. Sir, now you can share your screen now. Are you able to share it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. But we are not
Now I'm
able
able
to.
to see my presentation.
Yes, sir. You'll be able to see it on the side, and we'll see it on the main screen. So you can just go to the arrow which is there at the bottom, and you can share your screen.
I had shared, but I think it's not.
It is not visible to us.
And screen has been shared.
So, but we are not able to see your screen.
Can I use another computer?
Want to take some time, you can take, and then we'll move on to the next participant, and then you can come back.
I'm just sharing right now from another account, from Tamanna Avasti account.
Okay.
Please unmute her. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Is my
Hello.
voice audible?
Yes, your voice is audible, sir. Are you not able to share your screen?
Is it visible now?
Yes, 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 sir. It's visible now.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now it is visible. You can start with your presentation. Hello. Am I audible to you? You can start your presentation.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Is my screen is being?
Yeah, it is visible. You can just go to the slide share option and start sharing your slides.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ajay Kumar. I'm pursuing my PhD from Guru Nanak Dev University. The topic of my presentation is removal of aflatoxin from rice bran, an effect of blending on amino acid profile, empirical and fundamental rheological properties of rice bran protein isolates with other plant-based protein isolates. Coming to the introduction, rice bran, an underutilized byproduct of rice milling process, account for 10% of the rough rice weight and is composed of pericarp, aileron layer, sub-aileron, seed coat along with germ and small proportion of endosperm. It is highly nutritional product that is
Hello.
rich in protein. Hello.
Excuse me. Your slides are not moving. It's just on the first slide. So you can just go to the slide share option because we're not able to see your introduction slide on the main screen. Now you're on third slide, sir. So you can either move it like this or you can simply open the slide share option at the bottom and then you can share all your slides.
Good to go now, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Now your first slide is visible. So as you speak, you can just move on to the next slide, okay?
So, ma'am.
Okay.
As I'm continuing, rice bran is a good source of hypoallergenic protein of high quality. Is particularly suitable for preparing in fat food for